welcome in. And if you're watching in the future, welcome. We're going to start a brand new city today, taking what we learned the other day and putting it into action. I was thinking we could maybe try sandbox mode. So rather than doing the campaign, is it possible to pick a place and then just have all of the buildings on one map? So I don't know if that's possible, but in the campaign you have like a separate farming town to your main town, and then the farming town provides the main town with some of those resources. So I wonder if it's possible just to have everything on one. I don't know. So I don't know what to pick. So Belval and Frontebrac were the ones that we had in the campaign, but what are these? Let's have a look. Let's pick one together, shall we? Colin on YouTube, hi. You've been watching the Astrios Arc playthrough. Absolutely brilliant. Thank you, Colin. I saw your comments. We need to get in game because the menu music's really loud. Sorry. Yeah, I'm going to be jumping back into Arc at the end of the week so that we can say goodbye to our Ragnarok server and welcome in Valguero next week. Cypher, hi, welcome in. Hope you are well. What do we want? What map do we want? 2 towering peaks? I kind of like the idea of having a bit more flat space. But I also like the idea of having a river. Maybe we do a bit of both. Nestled between 2 large mountain ridges is this beautiful forested valley. The new station creates new opportunities for expansion. How do I say this word? My French pronunciation is not terrible. I mean, not great. The opposite of terrible. Kerusement? Kerusement? I don't know. That's my best French impression of that word. It's probably bad. If Amber was here, they would be able to tell me off. Lisa, thank you for your streak. Thank you. You're okay? You couldn't do washing clothes for donation later, and then going to poke at June in a bit. Where are you at with June now? You at chapter 2 yet? I still haven't started chapter 2. I keep getting distracted by indie games. I'll get there at some point. But at least if you can't sleep, that you managed to get something productive done. Good for you. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to pick Kerusement, I think. Oh, so you get to pick your settings as well. That's interesting. I think we just keep default settings. Okay, we're going to go in game and listen to the game music and see if it's still too loud. And you guys are going to tell me if it's too loud. And then I'll turn it down if I need to. It's better than your American attempt at pronunciation. Yeah, I suppose if you do know how to pronounce it, how would you... And unless you knew the phonetic alphabet, Trez, it would probably be difficult to type it out, right? Oh! I just got a Steam achievement for starting a sandbox level. Excellent. The word of the town. This word here, Molly. My pronunciation was Kerusement, but I don't know if that is right. Cypher, you got your next job interview this afternoon, so trying to keep busy and not freak out. That is awesome. Good luck. I get that feeling, though, when you're waiting for something important. Job interview, appointment. That anxiety beforehand. I'll do my best to help distract. You tried to go to Sheol and find Thurfer's best. You got taken out twice. There was so there's a particular blueprint. If people haven't played Dune Awakening, there's a particular blueprint for a sniper rifle, which is excellent. And you can snipe enemies, and it does poison damage. And I believe there is one wreck in one part of the map that you can farm to get this blueprint. And I can't remember what the wreck was now. Salt mentioned it the other day. But yeah, it's a particularly troublesome area, let's say. There's a lot of radiation. Sure. Oh, our first people are arriving. Awesome. Yeah. Yeah, I prefer Thurfer's best. I don't think is it the Jabal Spit Dart is that the non-blueprint version? Like the one you learn from the skill tree? Yeah. Just call it Hollow Mountain. Is that what it means? In English, Noble Q? Kerusement? Oh, I think it's silent. I think the T is silent at the end of the word. You pronounce it crumont? Oh, okay. Cruzement. Is the N nasalized? Though? What is this cute game? This is Town to City. I was made aware of this by Molly and Drax. And it is an indie game that's published by Quali. Molly, who are the devs? What's the name of the devs? I feel bad. I can't remember their name. But it is a relatively relaxed city builder that seems to me to get the perfect balance between being relaxed and chilled out, but also having some kind of urgency in it through its mechanics of managing people's wants and needs, supply and demand of resources, and all the rest of it. And it really encourages kind of free drawing of infrastructure and building placement and all the rest of it. Galaxy Grove, that's it. The devs are called Galaxy Grove. They've poured a lot of love into this. A lot of love. It feels like it's set in France. There's music that has French singing in at some point, and a lot of the names of places are French. But I thought the devs were Dutch, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought the devs were Dutch. But there we go. There is a Twitch integration, which we had on the other day, which I kind of wanted to talk to you guys about because it was kind of brought to my attention that with the Twitch integration, there isn't a way for you guys in chat to opt in or out of it. As soon as you type in chat, your name appears. Okay? And it kind of was brought to my attention that maybe some folks don't want to appear in game. Maybe they don't want to have their messages appear in game as well. It's something that has been brought up to the devs, and they are going to work over the next few weeks, apparently, to implement a way to kind of opt in for chat, which I think is really awesome. You had to stop an aggressive delivery person breaking down your door. Oh, no. Are you all good, Noble Q? Oh, we're just nattering out here. We're just nattering. We haven't even started yet. I should probably pause. Listen to the music. How cool is it? Is it too loud, guys? Do we need to turn the music down? We're starting a new Sandbox build today, so we're just making sure we get the settings down before we start playing. Yeah. It's very cozy. It is very cozy. Oh, the delivery person was on his way to hospital. Oh, blimmin' hell. I hope they're okay. Yeah. I feel like the music's still a little bit too loud. What are we doing? Audio. Music volume. Let's put it at 35%. But yeah, it's been brought to my attention that maybe we leave this off until they allow it to be opt-in. It does have an excellent Twitch integration though, and I'm really excited to see how it develops. But I also don't want to discourage people from talking in chat either. So actually, I think today we'll leave it off, if that's okay with you guys. And then we'll see what the devs do to help change that. There's also a few moderation issues because, for example, if somebody types something in chat that gets missed by my security settings, it appears in game. If you ban someone, their name might still appear in game. There's a few. You can filter names, but if they're already in the game, it doesn't take them out. Anyway, we're going to leave it for now. Yeah. Dark Princess on YouTube, you just checked, and the devs are Dutch. Well, there we go. Dutch devs with a French influence, somewhat. H, hello! H, I tried writing in your stream the other day. I think you missed my message. I'm so sorry about the whole Rust thing on Sunday. I was saying that I was going to pop by your base on Monday and drop a little few bits off for you because I know you lost your stuff, but then obviously everything kicked off, and I'm sorry about that. But I hope you're good anyway. I know Ben. Excuse me, Noble Q. What do you mean? Yeah, maybe one day, H. If I can, I don't know. I have some ideas for setting up a server, either a group server or something like that, you know. So if that ever comes to fruition, I'll let you and Raz know. Learning how to manage a Rust server is quite extensive because it's not straightforward in terms of the way that the mods work. You have to integrate plugins and it gets, yeah, it's stuff that I would need to learn, but I kind of love the idea of having a server that doesn't, yeah, where it's kind of, we discourage certain types of toxicity, you know. But there we go. That should be Dutch for I'm happy and blithe. Oh, okay, I see. I see. I thought it looked... This sounds like an insult to the Dutch language. It looks like your cat had walked over your keyboard for a second there. Dutch language is fascinating to me. It's something that I don't know much about and I kind of read and... yeah. For sure. Anyway, I think we're good for settings. If you guys think that the music's too loud, please let me know and I can turn it down a little bit more. But yeah, I can press play and honestly, like, you know how with most city builders or most colony management games, you press play and immediately you're losing money and it's like, ah, the stress is on. Well, this is not that. And yeah, no more people are going to try and move in until we sort these out. We could just let this run and these guys would be fine. They're kind of in stasis at the moment. Until they have somewhere to live, they're in stasis. Yeah. So, let's have a look. I like the look of this because you've got a lot of flat land. We have some water to work with, although this looks like the world border here, that little kind of white line. We do have, I guess, some cliffs to work with as well. Yeah, we don't have a huge area, as you can see, look. I wonder if kind of larger maps are going to be in the works down the line, but let's see if we can get these guys into a house. Oh, this is good. So it looks like in Sandbox modes, you have everything rolled into one map. So you can have farmers and you can have townsfolk as well, which is awesome. So I'm not going to do farmers yet, I don't think. I think we will just do the regular townsfolk to begin with. Because the types of things we need farmers for are kind of later food produce, which we don't need to worry about straight away. It is going to annoy me that I can't line this up to this somewhat, though. But there we go. I'm going to try and leave a little bit more room in between each house now so that they might have... Maybe they will have some back gardens this time and some hedges and some things like that. Blake Vibes, hello, welcome in. Hi, hi, hi. Now, where do we want the centre of our town to be? I guess it should probably sit around the station, right? So this whole area here, I think is going to be the town centre. So we're going to have some sort of like business district here eventually. When I say business district, in the kind of loosest way possible, it's where we're going to have most of our shops, because that's kind of how this game works, is that people, as they kind of move in, they're going to want different types of wares. They're going to want homeware. They're going to want clothes to wear. They're obviously going to want food. That's the first thing they're going to want. And so all of that is going to be here, I think. I'm going to try as much as possible to not use the straight line tool and to do bendy roads, even if it's only kind of marginally bendy, I guess. Oh, why is that not? There we go. There we go. So kind of doing something like this. There we are. There's like a little wonky bit there. I can kind of fix that. To do something like that. And then I can get these people to move into the houses by clicking on them and putting them in there. There we go. Lovely. Now we need to give them jobs, don't we? Let's have a look. So they're gonna want some food, and I love how the first food stores in this game are cheese. Their first and foremost needs when they move into the village is cheese. And chicken. There's a chicken stall as well, but cheese and chicken. Cheese and chicken. I'm going to put the market stalls around the river, I think. Oh, actually, that road's bad. I want to give it a little bit more room. Cheese is life. Exactly. If anybody has 1,000 channel points, by the way, and you would like to name the town, then please feel free to do so. And then we'll have this kind of like coming up here, I think. You want to name the town? What do you want to name it? What do you want to name it? There we go. Something like that. Yeah, you got to pick the name unless you want to call it, I will name the town. Alright, let's give them a freaking cheese stall. Here we go, look. Cheese stall. I mean, you could pass it on to somebody else if you want. If you can't think of one. You want to call it Mountain Hollow? Noble Q suggestion? Okay. Let's do it. So the cheese stall... I added more workers than necessary. At the moment it's nighttime, and apparently at nighttime they don't need cheese. So they also need a warehouse in order to, I guess, supply the goods to the shops in some way. So let's see if I remember how to do that. Here we go. Small warehouse. We're going to put a small warehouse in the corner here, like so. So this is going to be Mountain Hollow. There we go. Lovely. I'm just grateful it doesn't have the word butts in. Thanks, guys. Squirrel, good afternoon. I see you on YouTube. Hi. Hello, hello. Let's put... So the green on the labour icon, the green means that's how many staff members are needed currently. And then the greyed out slots are the maximum number of labour or maximum number of people you can have working there. And the more shops we have, for example, the more people will be needed within the warehouse. But at the moment, we just need 2 for the cheese stall. We will put down a poultry stall as well, and then they've got 2 food sources, which should make them a bit happier. We can see that overall happiness is only 56%. And until that gets above 60% average happiness, no more folks are going to move into our town, unfortunately. Kat, hello. Good afternoon. I hope you're good. So we've got 4 people in our town. We're going to have 2 in the warehouse, 1 in the cheese stall, 1 in the chicken stall. Oh my goodness, what is this? So sometimes you have people moving in that require certain things to live in a house, which is this. So this family desire to live in a house that is far away from residences with a pet camel. Why is that so specific? There are pet camels in this game. What the hell? This is Sandbox, so I guess it's kind of unlocking those later game traits earlier, if that makes sense. It's a very specific request. Okay, well, don't you worry, my friends. You shall live in a residence that is far away from a pet camel. Let's put a couple more houses into here, like that. Laurel, how's it going? Hi. You Periscope, welcome in. Hello as well. Do they want to live far away from residences that have a pet camel, or do they and their pet camel want to live far away? Oh, that's a good point. No, it says specifically desires a house that is far away from residences with a pet camel, and apparently living here would give them plus 20% happiness because it's far away from a residence with the pet camel. So, oh gosh, these are sad. I know you guys are sad. Let me just sort things out first, okay? We do need to get ASAP a research center down, because then we can generate research points which allow us to unlock more buildings to make people happier and to allow us to expand. So let's plonk that down and we'll get a couple of people working there, even if it's just a few, just to get those points rolling in. Let's see. I like how quickly things spring up. And then this family here desire to be in a house surrounded by a lot of trees. So, okay, I don't think I have a house that's surrounded by trees yet, but you can maybe plonk something down here. Okay, I'm going to put... Let me just see here. Okay, at the moment, I'm just going to put our remaining workers into the research centre. And then here we are. Look, we can start researching more things. I think we will have the fish stall. Let's give them some more food. And then I also want to have a look at the decorations as well, because a lot of your residents' happiness is dictated by how beautiful you make their surrounding area. So their work area and their home area are separate. And you have kind of different tools that you can use, different things you can place to increase the decorative value. All right, let's put a fish stall in there. We do need to think about housing these. I wonder if for now we could like pop a house in here maybe, because they want to be next to trees. Let me just think about placement here for a minute. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to get a road. Unfortunately, I can't remove this rock at the moment, but we should be able to remove it at some point. Let's do something like that. And then that way we can hopefully have... If I put this house here and then one here, I wonder if it's... this house is going to be close enough to the trees or if it's going to want more trees. Yes, we've got cheese, chicken and fish at the moment on our little stalls. Oh, do a bit of clicking. I'm sat with my hot water bottle at the moment. It's finally cool enough weather-wise that I can have my hot water bottle again for my pain relief. I'm kind of grateful, to be honest. I think one of the reasons why I like autumn or fall so much. So I'm kind of like moving it around at the moment because I've got lots of aches. Got lots of aches in here today. In my chest here. And also in my legs. So if you see me sat there with this stuff down my jumper at some point, that's why. But at the moment, it's going behind my back. Okay. Okay, so if, yeah, plus 14% happiness. I think they can get maximum of 20% happiness from their traits, if that makes sense. So I don't know if I were to put like a couple of extra trees in, whether it would improve their happiness even more. Let me have a look. So you guys... Yeah, look, plus 18. It's gone up. What about that? Is that going to bring you to 20? I want to try and get like maximum happiness for everybody. 19! Okay, one more tree. Come on. Let's get up to 20%. 20%. Banging. Okay, so they're going to live in there. They're going to live in there. We need somebody working on the fish stall. There we are. Excellent. Oh, Colin! That's such a lovely message. You love the vibe of the channel and community. It's helped you to relax and has cheered you up when you've needed it. Colin, I'm sad to hear that you might be in a place where you kind of need... I mean, we all need cheering up sometimes, I guess, you know. But I'm also, you know, grateful that you've taken the time to communicate that this space has helped you in that respect. I think it's really easy to, especially when you're online, it's so easy to voice distaste at stuff, you know, to voice a negative opinion about something. And I think sometimes we forget to say when we're enjoying something. So thank you for making my day, for your kind words. Yeah. You can research a new item. Okay, I am going to go immediately into decorate buildings for 20 points. In fact, we've actually generated enough research points that we can unlock a vegetable stall as well. So I'll go ahead and plonk one of those down. And then we'll work on decorating buildings. Okay, so why are these sad? That is the question. They have no decoration. Well, that is about to change, my friend. If we go to the building decorations category, we now have streetlights. I think streetlights would be helpful. They'd be beneficial. Yeah. Are you in the game as a toddler? Nizora, I've actually turned the integration off for now. It was kind of brought to my attention that there isn't a way for folks in chat to opt in and out, and there might be some folks that don't want to see themselves in game. So I'm turning it off for now. The devs have communicated that over the next few weeks, they're going to hopefully be working on an opt-in mode for the Twitch integration. So once they do that, I'll turn it back on. And then that means you guys can, in some way, decide whether you want to be in the game or not. Yeah, I don't want to discourage people from chatting, you know. So off for now, but back soon, I think, is a good way to put it. Let's pop a light on the corner there. That should help improve their happiness somewhat. And then we've got small potted flowers that you can actually, look at this, you can put underneath their windows. So my thinking was that we can give the residences potted flowers like so. And then eventually we can give the shops like little awnings, and that improves their decorative score as well. So that has already made our residents, even just by putting in the lights and the flowers, has made them not terribly sad anymore. So there we go. There we go. Have we got any more points to spend? I think the maximum points we can generate at the moment is 100. And then once it gets to 100, they stop producing points. So we want to make sure that we're spending these as we can. But we still don't have quite enough for the next fruit stall. Why does the house have a yellow arrow? Oh my goodness! Very well observed, Barn Isle. This means they don't have a road connection. Let me just move them. And then when it goes green, they do. Yep, thank you for that. Oh no! That's not good. I'm going to put in a couple of extra houses here. I want to save this house for somebody who maybe likes trees, I guess. And yeah, thank you for... I know you didn't intend to, like, point that out as something that needed fixing, but it drew my attention to it, so thank you, because I would have not realised that. Yeah, I'm going to have this road sweeping around a bit more. I think that the houses around this area will generally be a little bit more kind of close together, because this is going to be the town centre. And then eventually, as they sprawl outwards, they'll have bigger gardens and things like that as well. So we can now move you guys in. There we go. And that gives us some more workers. So we now have somebody to work in our vegetable stall, which makes you guys happy. Eventually, we're going to need some more workers in our warehouse as well. And we have enough points for the fruit stall. Excellent. Let's add one of those in. And then we've got like this little kind of market area by the water, which is pretty damn neat. Fruit stall. Bam. Excellent. I like that. The idea of like a little lakeside market. Let's give you... There we go. So at this point, the game's now saying, right, you don't have enough warehouse workers to manage the supply of goods to all of your stores. As seen, you can kind of see the little red line there. So if I just add an extra worker in, it fixes that, which is nice. And I think we still... Oh no, 46 points. What is next? I guess we could have some more decorations. Some more. I think we're kind of limited at the moment by what we do have decoration wise, so I don't want to kind of go plonking too many things down, although I will put some extra street lights in. Something like that for now. There we go. Lovely. And I suppose we could do, rather than putting in like fences and stuff here, we could put in some extra trees. I'm just about squeeze a couple in there. Although it kind of looks derpy that they're in a straight line. Why don't we... I have an idea. What we can do is... we can actually change the type of tree that we have. There we go. Look, that's like a little blossom tree. You can also hit the randomize button as well. Oh, that's the one we just had. Hang on. There we go. Something like that. Amazing! Okay, ultimately, besides unlocking a few extra decorative things and the ability for our market stalls to have a wider reach, which isn't necessary right now, but it will be down the line, we're kind of waiting, I guess, to expand until we get to the next settlement size. Paper Dragon, hello. All them tree roots going to destroy the foundations. Can you imagine if that was a mechanic in a city builder? Holy crap, that would be very detailed. Very detailed indeed. Yeah. Okay, let's have a look here. We have a family that desires a house surrounded by decorations from the light source category. Okay, at the moment, only having one lamppost is apparently not going to cut it for you guys, huh? I wonder if they need to be in a more urban area where there's going to be more lighting. Or if... I mean, what lighting sources? We don't really have a lot of light sources is the problem. At the moment. I don't want to like place a million lampposts just to make one happy, like super happy family. So I might wait to house them at the moment, and I might just house the family that kind of don't care, I guess. There we go. Let's pop them in there. Hello, sweetie. How's it going? Thank you for the hydrate. I'm looking around at my desk for my glass of water, which is in the wrong place. There we go. Thank you very much for that. I'm going to put that over here where it usually is. It's going. I feel that. I feel that in my bones. It's going. Yeah, I've had a bit of a rough time. I won't lie. A bit of a rough time mentally at the moment, but I feel soothed by playing games like Town to City. For sure. It's a good kind of soothing, chill distraction. Yeah. Let's have a look. How much points? Oh, it must be 200 maximum. Flower and plant decorations. There we go. Yeah, I think I'm just going to have houses kind of all along this bit, and then it will kind of stretch out, and there'll be... maybe some of these houses will end up having gardens in, you know? And we do have different types of houses as well. We do have our farmer residents. We can put in farms at some point. And we also have the townsfolk residents. So I think everything kind of in here will end up being this type of housing. I don't think it really... I think this attracts the same type of citizen, the townsfolk. But the farmers provide a different function. So if you have people living in a farming residence, they will by default work on that farm. You can't assign them to other jobs within the town. And then there are other types of residences that attract different types of workers as you expand, is the idea. You've been getting back into Disney Dreamlight and Power Wash Sim. I tried to play Power Wash Sim once, and I know it's supposed to be relaxing, but I got really frustrated because I couldn't find the last % of dirt on my thing. I just couldn't find it. I ended up getting really mad. Gee, Rennie, hello. He does that to you too, right? I think it was it? They did like a collaboration with SpongeBob or something like that. When I was playing it. Yeah. I think it was SpongeBob. I can't remember. Okay, we've got 2 of these types of houses over here now. Excellent. Oh, and then we've got that symbol that Barnar was on about. The fact that they're not actually connected to the road. There we go. They've got to be pretty close to the road. Although you can make dirt roads as well. Yeah, these guys really want to be around street lighting, huh? I mean, I guess I could get away with putting in another light on this side of the road here. Still like -1% though. Yeah, some of these lights that you can unlock later on, I think you can kind of attach to the buildings and things. I mean, I guess for now I can just put that here and here. I don't think I'm going to get these at 100% happiness, but +3 is better than nothing. So they're going to live in there. And you can kind of see that the line, the progress line is going up with the more people that we're getting moving in. Okay. Okay. It's going good. We just need more houses. Let's work on this side. There we go. Hi, Grey Amber. How are you today? Welcome in. Oh, Power Wash have done a collab with Alice in Wonderland since then? That's interesting. Huh. So with that collaboration, what types of things do you have to deep clean then? With the Alice in Wonderlands, you have to deep clean the Cheshire Cat. Or something like that. I'm going, Grey Amber. I'm going. I'm here. Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm good, but I'm not terrible. Somewhere in the middle. Somewhere in the middle. Let's have a look. Does anybody need any more workers? If they don't need any more workers, I'm just going to assign the people to the research place, I think. Probably the best place for them. Let's unlock trees and bushes. Do people only show up if you have enough houses? So they will only show up if you have 60% or more happiness, and you'll only have 2 families show up maximum. And as long as they are waiting to be housed, their needs aren't effective. They're kind of in stasis. So there isn't the pressure of, oh my goodness, we need to get these people housed right now, otherwise they're going to leave. So it's quite chilled in that respect. The game's quite forgiving. So yeah, these are just chilled until I find them a place to live. Pretty much. I think along this road here, the houses are going to start to have bigger gardens. I'm hoping that these guys want to live in a place that has a lot of trees. So I'm hoping this is going to be enough. Hoping. Let's have a look. Plus 20%. Excellent. You guys live there. You guys would like to live in a house that has many flower decorations. Okay. At the moment, these 2 houses have -10, but we can fix that by adding in some little flowers on the windows. In fact, if we just give all the residences these, it will just improve the overall happiness, and they only cost 2 money to do. So we might as well get in the habit with the new houses of putting these in. There we go. Do these guys have... There we go. And then these guys also have back windows, although that one doesn't want to have anything on. I'm pretty sure these little townhouses don't have any windows on the back. No, they don't. That's unfortunate. They don't get a good view. There we go. Okay, cool. So that is all the houses, maybe? Yeah, all the houses now have the flowers. So What about, yeah, plus 20% happiness. There we go. Because their houses have flowers now. And we've fulfilled that need for them. Get a bit of caffeine down me. Delightful. Dessert. Good morning. Newt to you. Wait, what is this? Oh, there's another family? Oh, that's interesting. It also appears under here. Do we even have a house for you? We do. You guys go in there. Yeah, I've got to move a couple more people in. And then we should upgrade to the next stage of settlement. And we should unlock some more buildings. You would like to name the mouse Jeff. I assume you mean the cursor, not the squeak squeak mouse. You'll be pleased to know that Penny has not brought in any more mice over the weekend. Thankfully, it was starting to stress me out a little bit, I will admit. But I can also name the next mouse that Penny brings in, Jeff. If you so wish. Looks very tidy and pleasing to the eye. I like how it has some kind of uniformity, but without being too symmetrical. That's the kind of vibe I want to go for. Because with a lot of city builders, they kind of encourage you to work off grids, which is fine, nothing wrong with that. But it's nice to be able to kind of, you know, just kind of freehand it, I guess. As well. Yeah, some of these houses here are going to have gardens and things. We've also now got enough demand from our food stalls that they each need an extra worker. Which probably means this warehouse will also need extra workers. There we go. Stress you? Why? That's what cats do. We love them, but they stress us out, right, Dane? Yeah. No, she's not brought in any mice, thankfully, for the past few days. Maybe she probably hunted them all, to be honest with you. She's having mice over for dinner. Well, the thing is, she's not eating them. She's bringing them to me as pets. As pets? As like gifts, you know. Sometimes they're alive, sometimes they're not. Yes. It is a problem. But it's, you know, it's what I have to expect if she's going to be an outdoor cat. For sure. Okay. Just making sure I've got everything up on my other monitor correctly. I have. Excellent. Excellent. Yours sat on your face and meowed until you got up. Classic cats, first thing in the morning. Yep. Yeah, Penny did that to me today. She came and sat above my head. And she has a very specific meow when she's asking for breakfast. It's like a meh, meh, meh. It's kind of that sound. But luckily, I've kind of trained her to do it a little bit later than she was. So she'll now start matting at me at about 7:30 rather than 5:30. Your cat used to bring you squirrels? Oh my goodness. And leave them in your bed? Yeah, I suppose... You see, I don't have a cat flap, so I have to manually let Penny in the door. So at least I see if she's bringing something in. Yeah. But there's lots of videos. I get lots of cat videos on TikTok and things like that. And there's videos of cats coming in the cat flap with things like frogs and leaving them in their owner's bed whilst they're sleeping. Oh my goodness. Mm-hmm. Your cats are fed by machines. Oh, do you have the fancy microchip machines for Zerp? I've seen those. They look pretty cool. Okay, plus 20% for you. We need to move one more family in. And then we should be able to level up. So let's do that. Yeah, I might end up putting in some gardens around these houses. So I'm going to leave this area blank until we unlock the hedges. And we've unlocked everything from the first level. Oh, wait. I love how in this game, when you're unlocking stuff in the farm menu, the first crop you can possibly unlock completely for free is grapes to make wine. That is the priority of this game, and I am here for it. So actually what we could do at this point is make a winery. So before they even have any proper, like, restaurants or any of the stores, they have a winery. Here is the French influence, folks, at its core. Oh, wow. Apparently the demand for cheese is very high. Well, there we go. Okay, here we go. We can now upgrade to the next settlement size. I think it goes from dwellings to hamlet. I'm pretty sure. A friend had 2 cats and a feeder that required them to pull a string. One cat would just meow till the other cat pulled it. That's so funny. I think the automatic feeders are great if you have more than 1 cat and you have 1 cat that likes to eat the other cat's food, because if you have the feeders that are activated by a microchip, then it's only going to be activated by that particular cat. I'm sure that they could figure out a way around it though. Cats are quite clever. They make automatic cat flaps too. We were talking about this the other day. Yeah, there is automatic cat flaps that recognize your cat, but also there are cat flaps that recognize if your cat is trying to bring in another living thing, and it won't let the cat in if it's got a mouse or a bird or a squirrel or whatever. Your favourite pet food was a dog who led in a deer fawn through the dog door? That's kind of adorable, though. Contraband, yeah, exactly. You don't like wine that much, but you're kind of picky. There's nothing wrong with knowing what you like, Grey Amber, right? But yeah, I mean, a lot of really brilliant wine is made in France, right? And grown in France. I think the #1 exporter of wine in the world is still Italy, though. #2 is USA, I think because of its sheer size, perhaps. And then #3 is France, or at least it was last time I checked. Of course, that could have changed. I think #4 might be Argentina, #5 Chile, #6 Germany. But yeah, could have changed since I last studied wine, which was a while ago. Yeah. You saw a guy's personal project to do that 20 years ago. It would take an image of the profile, so it was pretty easy to determine if the mouth was empty. It's very, very clever technology, isn't it? For sure. All right. Well, apparently we've generated... it's saying we've generated... Oh, we have generated research points. Okay, well, because we're capped at 400 now, I'm going to immediately... Because I'm not really ready to unlock this other stuff, I'm going to buy the fountain, which costs 400 points. Do we want to set up a winery at this point? I think the answer to that is probably yes. The question is, where do we put our farms? I feel like the farms would do well, kind of creeping up into the hillside here, actually. Although this, in reality, this would be a terrible place for wine, because you would want a place where the sun is going to hit, and I think this is south-facing. But I assume the game doesn't take that into account. So, without further ado... let's bring that in here like that. There we go. You want to do a wine pairing, Dane? What wine to pair with French arrogance? Well, let's not... I mean, if you are French and you are arrogant, Dane, then that's fair enough. But let's not assume that all people from one place are all type of thing. Let's reword it and say wine pairing for someone who might be a wine snob. How about that? Because there are a lot of wine snobs around, let me tell you. There are a lot of wine snobs who I think I have encountered in my life, who have maybe tried 1 or 2 wines from old world producers like France, like Italy, and think that there's, you know, only a couple of things that they enjoy. And as somebody who used to work in a wine bar, I used to accept it as a challenge when you had those types of customers in who would say, I only drink French Bordeaux, for example. Or I only drink this, I only drink Sauvignon Blanc. And I would go, okay, well, I don't have any of that on the menu at the moment, but how about I bring you some free samples to try and you can tell me what you like. So one of my favourite instances was I had some older gentlemen come into the wine bar and they said, we would like some Sauvignon Blanc from XYZ French vineyard. And I thought, well, we don't have that, but yes, I'm going to bring you some things that you can sample and you can tell me if you like any of them. One of these samples of wine, I bought them 3 things, and one of them was a British wine, a British white wine made in Kent by a company called Chapel Down, if you've heard of them. And it's made with the Bacchus grape, and it has very similar notes to, I'd say, more of a New Zealand Sauvignon Blanc than a French Sauvignon Blanc. Anyway, I didn't tell them what it was, and they were delighted by this. Said, "This is great. Please, can we have a bottle?" And I said, "Would you like to know what it is?" They said, "Yes." I said, "This is British Bacchus wine." And they were gobsmacked, because I honestly think that they would have never picked that if I told them what it was first. And I love being able to surprise people like that. So I'm going to say, for the wine snob who thinks they only enjoy certain superior producers of Sauvignon Blanc, I'm going to say the wine for them would be a British Bacchus. Good morning, Zern. Hello, Idaho Climber. All people in Antarctica are cold when they go outside. Wait, what? Wait, what? Is that some kind of proverb that I'm not connecting to? I guess. Red Snake, hello. France, Italy, and Spain are the top 3 wine exporters in the world. I forgot about Spain, in fairness. That's interesting, because America used to be higher up, but maybe since the Orange Cheeto is in power, that has changed somewhat. I don't know. Yeah, I'm going off statistics from about, it would have been about 2019-20 when I last studied wine. Thanks for indulging your insanity, no problem. Oh, you were generalizing about everybody in a specific place. Oh, I see. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But yeah, I always used to enjoy kind of surprising customers with something that kind of challenging their preconceptions about wine, I guess. I used to love that. And then it meant sometimes they wouldn't like my suggestions, and that's also fine, but I think it's good to keep your mind open about things in general, because you might discover something, you might discover your new favourite thing. But if you have your mind kept closed all the time, you're less likely to know, right? Yeah. Like, it's okay to like what you like, but, you know, sometimes those options aren't available to you, and you have to pick something else. Anyway, we are going to go and put down a farmhouse. We're going to try and build a... I mean, this is the world border here, so I've got to try and make that work with the farm fields. Bring you a Brunello, any producer, and you're a happy camper. Yeah, you're a big fan of kind of the Tuscan Red family, Nazora, right? Absolutely. But an example of a wine snob would perhaps be somebody who they went to a restaurant or a wine bar that didn't have their favourite wine, and then they stuck their nose up at the other suggestions, right? That would be the example of a snob. I think it's different being a snob and being firm in what you like, you know. There's a difference. Mm-hmm. But yeah, if you ever want any links to the wines that I suggest on stream, we do have a wine chat in my Discord. Remind me if you want a link to the wines that I talk about. Because like me, I suppose a lot of folks are going to forget, right? It's going to be a thing. Right, let's move this family in to... Actually, wait a minute. This family, what are your needs? Desires a house surrounded by farm decorations. Well, that's kind of perfect. We can move them in here and we can put some farm decorations in for them. I think first, though, we need to... Okay, so this is the world border. We need to give them... They're not going to actually work on the farms just yet, unfortunately, because they are unhappy. But we will make them happy. We will make them happy. Sounds like a threat. Okay. Okay, perfect. So that is the maximum number of grapes we can have. Let's have a look. Can I put down farm decorations. I think I've got to learn them. I can't remember. Farms. Okay, it might be in tier 2. I'm not 100% sure. Wait a minute. Decorations. Farm. We don't have any farm decorations. Okay, let's figure out how to do that, because these guys aren't going to produce anything for us unless they are happy. I think it's in tier 2. I don't know if... Oh, I don't have any farm points. Okay. Well, unfortunately, I don't think this family will work here. Unless we give them food and clothes, and then they might work. Yeah, got any grapes? Are you singing the duck song, Red Snade? You barely ever drink anymore, but you could be a beer snob. I don't drink a lot for Zerp, to be honest, anymore. And I never have drunk a lot, actually. I've always drunk in moderation. Mainly because I don't like the idea of like losing control over myself, which can be obviously an effect of drinking too much. And I used to enjoy the taste of wine, cheese, coffee a lot more than I do now, because I lost a lot of my sense of taste and smell through having COVID, sadly. But I still like to nerd out about flavour. I equally like to nerd out about coffee, you know. But, yeah. Okay, I think maybe we need to get like a clothes store for them. Maybe that will make them a little bit happier. So I'm going to do clothing store. I'm going to do a butcher. And we'll add both of those in a little bit further up here in the hope that it reaches them. So let's do a butcher in here. There we go. Yeah. You like mead, Colin? Mead is excellent. In small doses. Otherwise, I mean, a lot of the meads I've had are sweet, I guess. I do enjoy sweeter beverages, but in even more moderation, I guess. Okay. So, I don't think... Yeah, that's annoying. It's not reaching them. Look. Is that to do with the warehouse, do we think, chat? Or is it to do with the butchers? Let me, Yeah, it's to do with the individual building itself. That's interesting. So they don't have access to food. Maybe I could just give... Maybe I could give them some extra cheese. Have some extra cheese. There we go. Just for these guys, they can have some extra. There we go. Have some extra cheese. There we are. Please be happy. They need a clothes store as well. Let's pop that in here. There we go. Lovely. Hello, Invisible Man. Hello, hello. Your recent purchase was a dark rum and you were surprised that you actually like it a lot. I don't know if I like... I suppose I've never really tasted rum extensively to know whether I truly like it or not. I've only ever drank cheap rum. Yeah, I think we need to move these along a bit because they're not getting the benefit of this, which is a shame. Warehouse can't transport to this building. I'm guessing it's too far away. That is frustrating. I'm going to try moving this along. Maybe? If I put it there, so they get the benefit of that. Okay.
Lizard, lizard, lizard.
Excellent.
Lizard, lizard.
But this is struggling because of the lack of connection to the warehouse. What I'm going to do is I'm going to move some things around a bit. Okay, we're going to move the smaller warehouse out here for the time being. And we are going to put in a larger warehouse here because we're going to need the larger warehouse to be in the more heavily populated area. And I think we can build... Oh wait, we can't build a large warehouse yet? Oh, okay. My bad. Well, in which case we'll just build another small one for now, and then we can upgrade that. Yeah. This warehouse is placed very far away from the station and or commerce buildings. Well, no, it's not. It's close to there. I'm just going to move some things around a bit. Let's take away some of the workers from this warehouse and plonk them into here, which is where they're needed more. Lizard, thank you very much for the bits. You've escaped from Team's Purgatory and you just wanted to say lizard. I hope Team's Purgatory wasn't too terrible. Can't transport to this building. Yes, you can. Oh my days. Right, okay. I'm going to have to house these people because without more workers, we're kind of at a choke point, I think. Let's have a look. Stretch. I can do a stretch. I should probably take a break soon, actually, looking at that. Oh, good main tea, girl. How are you today? Oh. Yeah, let's move these into here. And that will free up a couple of workers for us. I think that should balance things out now. These guys are still very sad. Although one of them is happy. They want farmyard decorations. They will get farmyard decorations. I've just not unlocked them yet, unfortunately. Unfortunately. You bought this game on Saturday. How are you getting on with it? Are you enjoying it? I haven't actually played too much off stream. I kind of wanted to save it for on stream. Rust has still been my off stream game, which is obviously a massive kind of juxtaposition from this. I feel like we should maybe have a road coming in here, huh? There we go. Although there's like an annoying gap there. We can maybe have like a little park or something in there. I think. Only 20 hours? I mean, considering you picked it up on Saturday, that's pretty decent. Okay, let's have a look. Oh, here we go. Look, bigger warehouse. This is what I wanted to replace this one with. I know they're going to be unhappy temporarily, but let's put the bigger warehouse in the more densely populated area. That makes sense. Because they're going to need multiple connections here. These guys are still sad. You are... Warehouse can't transport to the building, but why? Oh, because at the moment it's supplying literally everything else. Okay. Let's fix that, and then I'll go for my break. You've been playing Anno 1800. Colin, I love the Anno franchise. They've got a new game coming out in November called Anno Pax Romana, which is set in... 117 AD, I think. So it's going to be kind of Anglo-Romantic themed. I'm very excited for that. They had a demo of the latest Anno game available to play a couple of weeks back, and it looks very good. Yeah, they've got a lot of really cool new mechanics involved. But yeah, I shall be absolutely streaming that. Right, here we go, look. So if we've now got this warehouse up and running, here we go. This little warehouse is now able to supply this, which is good. Did we unlock the ability to do second story houses yet? Because that would, yeah, it's 300 points. Okay, I'm gonna sort that out, I think. And then I'm going to upgrade like some of these houses in the centre here. So that we can have some extra residents moving in. Did we put down... I want to keep on top of the decorations as well to keep them happy. Oh, we've got sunflowers now. Got sunflowers that they can put in their windows. Look. And you can even hang them like on the on the back. Excellent. Kit, hello. I actually turned off the Twitch integration today. I decided that it might potentially stop some folks from chatting who want to kind of be more anonymous and not see themselves in game or not see their chats in game. So I turned it off for now. However, the devs have said that they're going to work on making an opt-in system for you guys so that, you know, you'll be able to do something in chat which will then make you appear in game. So it means that you can actually choose, which I think is really cool that they're looking at doing that. There's also a couple of like moderation issues as well with, yeah, with the chat bubbles appearing. Yeah. So really pleased that the devs are kind of listening to feedback in that regard. 100%. How are you doing, Kit? Are you good? Second floor housing. Let's go. So I'm going to click here to start upgrading. Yeah, there we go. So we'll do 2 floors on these 3 here because these are going to be in the center, and then I can start moving some of these guys in. There we go. Oh, they're sad because the demand for the food stalls isn't great. Oh, they just need more staff though. That's it. More staff. More staff. Let's put in more windows now to put more decorations on. I'm copying Molly? Wait, how am I copying Molly? Oh, it's like a little chimney. That's cute. All of the sunflowers. I love this. Just love the attention to detail that you can put in. We still need... I'm going to upgrade... Maybe upgrade this front line and leave the back line. There we go. I just want to make sure we have enough workers in to cover everybody before I go for my break. Although they're not going to move in, because if you have less than 60% happiness, then folks don't move in, is my understanding. But then they just moved in. Oh. Also, these guys want to live near a clothes store. Like, this is so near a clothes store, guys. You're so near a clothes store. I have an idea, actually. I have an idea. If I take this and I move it so that it sits like that, and then we can put a road in here around to the clothes store. I don't know if that will help or not. Still says minus 10%. Oh, maybe it's because the clothes store's not operating at the moment because it's not got enough staff. Okay, these guys want street lighting. I guess we'll put them in here. Make them a bit happier. And then we can employ them into here, which now creates a functioning clothes store. So you guys... Oh, you're still mad. What about if I do that? Oh, it worked on Molly's chat. But how, if you have the setting turned off, I don't think it would allow you to do exclamation mark job yet. Yeah, I think ultimately just having some more options for the integration would be great, because the way it works is fantastic, but it just needs a little more customization, I think. That's so weird. It's like this is literally next door to a clothes shop. What do you mean? What do you mean? Okay, I'm going to move... I'm just going to temporarily move stuff. I have a different idea. I'm going to get rid of this road. There we go. If I put the road in here, so it's not quite a crossroads, and then we maybe do the houses kind of like back to back is what I was thinking. Because if I put this literally behind the clothes store, how can they be mad? Like, how close do you want to be? I really balls that up. Hang on. I was right about the Gewürztraminer. It goes well with the curry and homemade chili. Oh, that's excellent. Do you know what type of Gewürztraminer you had in terms of how sweet it was, T-Girl? Because Gewürztraminer is one of those wines that is typically bought off dry, as it's known. So it has a touch of sweetness to it, but you can get dry Gewürztraminers, and on the other end of the spectrum, you can also get dessert wine Gewürztraminers too, which is pretty cool. So these guys, the clothing guys... Oh, wait. Okay, I'm going to move these out a minute. Because these guys want to live near street lights anyway. Move family to another house. Yeah, let's move you into there. There we go. And then the clothes people... Well, actually, you can live there. Clothes people... Why is it minus 10%? Does the road literally need to be here? Like that? Okay, I think that must be broken because they're literally behind a clothes store. Unless they need clothes and shoes. Maybe they're just being super fussy. Maybe they need shoes as well. And then they'll be happy. A shoe store. Alright, we'll figure it out over time. I don't know why you guys are sad at that. Oh, you guys are so sad. Why are you so sad? I mean, we could just work on decorating their home, even if it's not with farm decorations. I just need to... The thing is, I need to get them happy enough that they start working. Because if they can start working, then we can start, I think, getting farm points. I don't know exactly how it works. Maybe we need a granary. Otherwise we can't get our winery up and running. Okay, that's given them a little bit more happiness, but they need like 2% more happiness. Our building's not connected to a granary. Okay, this is good because it means that they are going to start producing, which is great. Let's pop... Let's put the granary like here for now. There we go. No wine for you. Waterbox locks. Wait a minute. Weetabix, did you change your name? Or are you an entirely different person? Hi, Penny Mouse Breath. Hello. You want a cuddle? Come on then. Come on. Come on. Jump up. Are you just showing chat your bottom? Yes. Yes, I know you love the microphone. I'm rubbing my scent on your microphone. Got doxed. I hope you didn't actually get doxed. You meant you actually got doxed? Okay, now she's jumping down. Now you've had enough? Cats are funny, man. They just can't make their minds up. I swear. There we go. All right, let's have a look. Where are we at? So this is finally starting to produce grapes. Excellent. I need 2 workers, or technically only 3 workers in the granary. The farmers aren't still brilliantly happy, but I'm kind of hoping that we're going to start generating farm points at some point. I don't really know how we start generating farm points. I'll be honest. But I guess we could put the winery down. Why not? Getting our priorities straight. Oh yes, I figured you were laughing at the cat. Barn Isle. I figured you were laughing at the cat. Sorry, I'm just positioning my camera a bit better. There we go. Oh, we did have other points to spend though, didn't we? Let's have a look. We had quite a few points to spend. Set clothing colours. Maybe that will make the clothing people happier. And a shoemaker. Maybe. Okay, I don't have any workers available at the moment. And this house wants to... These people want to be in a place that has farm decorations. Okay, well... Oh, I can't really move either of them in. That's the problem. Do you know what? The clothing people are going to go into this house, and I know they're going to be sad because apparently there's not they're still not close enough. Over time, maybe they will be okay. So that's the oh wait, I'm so silly, guys. That's a butcher. That's not a clothes maker. That's the clothes maker. That's why these guys are sad. Okay, right, this makes sense. My bad. I'm sorry. Let's... Thing is, if I move this too far away from the farmland, they're going to be pissed. So, I'm going to put a house in here. And then we'll move these guys into here, and then hopefully they will be happier. I'm trying to work on getting people as happy as possible. This time around. Yeah, plus 5%. There we go. Cool. These guys still want farm decorations, which I don't have, so they're going to have to... Oh, and you do as well? Screw you. Screw you guys. No farm decorations. Look. Unlocked by completing research in the research menu. Oh, wait. Oh, because we're producing grapes, we're now generating farm points. Excellent. Okay, that's good. Oh, no. Okay. So not a serious docs, but your son sharing when you went to school with friends and stuff. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, it can be difficult with kids, can't it? Because they don't have a filter a lot of the time, do they? I'm glad that like it wasn't a serious incident though. But I still recognised you from your the colour of your username, funnily enough. More than anything. Make a vineyard? We have a vineyard, Dire Ice. Look. We do have a vineyard indeed. That was one of the first things we did. We built a vineyard that is supplying our winery, which is currently short-staffed, but I can't really do anything about that. I mean, actually, we could... Let's fire somebody from there and add somebody in there. There we go. So we've got 1 fewer research folk in favour of them working at the winery. Yes. And then if I want to make the farm people happy, they want farm decorations. So... yeah, we need to think about adding in another farm residence. And then we'll have, when we can afford it, here we go. Let's do wheat, because then we can do hay decorations and then we can do the bakery. Let's do that. Yeah. Phantom Otter, good morning. Vela Rocker, hello. Is this my first time playing? This is my second time playing. So we played this on Friday, I think it was now. So I have a vague idea of how everything goes. Decided to start a brand new kind of sandbox town instead of doing the campaign. And that's where we're at the moment. Yeah, let's do wheat. Wheat. Oh, why are my headphones disconnecting? They should be full battery. Let's have a look. System, Bluetooth, search for audio devices. Connect. Here we go. Classic Bluetooth. Penny, you better not be getting your mucky paws on my dinosaur blanket. Penny! Okay, apparently there's still more fields to add. Kiri, hello. How are you doing today? Okay, there we go. Okay, so we've now got this farm. Let's move... Wait, did I move people in here? Yes, there's people living in there already. So once this gets to 60, we can start... We can unlock the hay decorations, and that will make these guys much happier. Oh, there's not enough people working at the granary now. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna... I can't upgrade. Oh my goodness, we don't have a lot of money right now. You want to live near a lot of trees? Okay, there's not a good house for you at the moment, but you guys can live in there. That makes some more workers for us, which means we can add to the granary. There we go. This exchange with Penny reminds you of Ruby. At least once a day, you have to yell at her to stop tearing up the bed. You make it and then she unmakes it. Oh, that's so cute though. It's sometimes hard to be mad at them when they're too cute, right? Penny spent her first night's sleep in my bed the other night. It was finally, I guess, cold enough for her to need to do that. And for the first time in this house, I've got the heating on at the moment. Or I've at least got it on very low downstairs. It's not on upstairs because it's naturally a lot warmer in my cottage upstairs. Because of the gabled ceiling. Roof, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. Yeah. This guy wants to be near trees. Well, I can do that for you, sir. If you give me 1 second. You got the windows open and it's glorious. I love this time of year. I've got my hot water bottle with me at the moment. Not because it's cold, but because I'm a little bit achy today. And it's finally cool enough that I can comfortably use a hot water bottle again, which is lovely. Because obviously it's just too hot in the summer to use it for pain relief. But it's also not too cold at the same time. And it's gloriously sunny outside and the trees are starting to kind of, you know, turn a little bit yellowy, orangey ever so slightly. I do like this time of year. Plus 19%. Okay, if I added one more tree here, they're going to be even happier. Bam. There we go. Okay, why are you... Oh, it's because we have too many research points and we need to spend them. We need 3 more on the farm points. Tastier meats, but just provide an extra 5% happiness. Hell yeah. We want happy people. And we also want the decorations. Here we go. So now these residents will be happier because we're going to give them some farmyard decorations. We're going to give them some scarecrows. We'll give them a hay cart. A hay roof. Something like that. Hopefully that has made them... Yeah! Okay, it says 2% happier, but I mean, it's better than being minus happiness, right? Johnson, you were enjoying your full garden this weekend and got stung by a hornet for the first time in your life. Oh no. I don't think I've ever been stung by a hornet before. Are you doing all right? I was stung by a horsefly as a child, and that was pretty rough. Hornets are massive, aren't they? They can be. Massive. We do have them in the UK, but they're not like massively common, I guess. There we go. I'm just like nipping in the side there. Right, give me a second there. We are. Okay. Let's upgrade this house and then we can move you in to there. There's another farmyard family there. I'm not going to move them in until we get, because there's another farm that I want to set up, a corn farm eventually when we can afford it. Corn. Oh, we need corn and wheat for bakery? Interesting. Okay, well, we're about to set this up, so I might as well move them in then. And then those are three farm types. And with these three, we should be able to provide our town for quite a bit of time with what it needs. Didn't hurt as bad as you thought, but it's been a bit itchy. But you're not allergic. Yeah, it's a big thing, isn't it, if you're allergic to certain insect bites? Absolutely. All right, these guys aren't close enough to the road, apparently. Really? That's surprising to me. I think it might just be the direction it's facing in. There we go. Okay, and let's move you guys. Uh-oh, did I move them in correctly? Yeah. If they do want farmyard decorations, they will get farmyard decorations when I get a second. Let me just put the actual farm field in. So we're going to do... Oh, we haven't unlocked it yet. We're going to do corn. There we go. And then we'll save it for the bakery. Hello. Oh, there we go. Corn. Lovely. Unzipped. Hello. Welcome in. Wait. That's wheat. This is corn. They both kind of look the same. Okay, so you're producing wheat. Corn. Oh, here we go. I just had the wrong thing selected. My bad. My bad. It's a wheaty corn. Something like that. There we go. Yeah, I think we need one of each type of crop for now. Could always rearrange these later as we need more of the same crop to kind of make everything look a bit more uniform. There we go. Okay, perfect. All right, you guys still need some more farm decorations, so let's give you a scarecrow. And I'll put in another one of these. There we go. What is your problemo? Can't... Wait, Granary can't transport to this building? Oh, they just need... They need extra workers. There we go. Oh, I can like put this... Oh, this is cute. I can put this in the middle of the fields as well. Although it's not really going to affect them so much. There we go. Okay, things are looking good. Everything is balanced at the moment. Kissikas, hello! You were just looking at this game yesterday. How is it? It is excellent. I'm so pleasantly surprised by this. It's a really interesting mix of just being chilled out and low pressure, but still having enough of an urgency in terms of balancing out supply and demand mechanics and making your people happy to kind of keep you wanting to expand and to progress forwards. But in terms of its chilled nature, not just in the graphics and the sound world, but you kind of have, for example, at the moment, at the current tier I'm at of city, which is a hamlet, only 3 groups of families will need homing at a time. And until they are homed, they're kind of in a stasis. So they're not going to necessarily disappear or get sad or affect anything negatively, which is nice. Because usually with colony management games or city builders, immediately you're losing money, immediately people have demands, and it's not quite like that with this. Like when you start out, you're not making any money, but you're not losing money either. So it's just kind of, yeah, a bit more chilled out. In that respect, Otters, hello! FG! How are you today? Thank you for the raid. Welcome in! Hi FG! Hi Timby! Hi Cucumber! How was Storia's seasons today? Ollie Witness, hello. As well. It's an otter attack! You know guns, hi! I am so into this Town to City game. It is so chilled and so lovely. We were just singing its praises before you came in. FG has played this before as well. Yeah. Dreadvik, hi! Can we please get a shout out for FG Squared, who's a friend of mine, a British streamer who streams in the morning time and plays a huge variety of games. Huge variety. But also plays a lot of kind of colony management and building stuff, RimWorld, Anno, Town to City, Otter Raid and stuff. Shirella, hello. Welcome in. You can't wait for another update. Same, yeah. I decided to start afresh today and do a brand new sandbox. Kind of taking what I learned the other day and kind of putting it into practice. Yeah. At Skoltz Turbadurin, did I say your name correctly? Hello? This is an utterly ridiculous statement. All of the otter jokes. All of the otter jokes. Can we get a shout out for FG, please? And thank you. But yeah, I hope you had an excellent stream. It's 3 days till your holiday. Wait, where are you going on holiday? And how's your Japanese learning, by the way? Folks, please go do the thing. Drop the follow. Click the heart at the top of the stream. You shan't regret it. FG is a very chilled vibe.
Lizard,
I often
lizard
in FG streams when I'm doing my work. And FG helps me kind of focus on what I'm trying to achieve. Let's say. 8 days, 7 nights to Fuerteventura. Oh, nice. And it should be a good time of year to go as well, because the weather's not going to be too unbearably hot, but it's still going to be kind of nice and warm from the summer. Yeah. You just think it's one of the otter streams you like to watch. The otter streams. Lizard, thank you for the bits. You're awesome, thank you. -26 and sunshine for the entire time we're there. Yeah, that sounds kind of perfect, to be honest. I'm going to Portugal for, I don't know if it's 4 days and 4 nights. I can't remember, but I'm going for a wedding in a couple of weeks' time. And it's going to be similar vibes, I think. I need to just double check the weather, actually, before I think about what I'm going to wear and stuff. But I'm pretty certain it's going to be similar where I'm staying. We don't currently have the chat integration turned on for the game. I'm going to turn it back on when the devs give us an update. They're going to hopefully bring in a feature that allows chat members to opt in. So if they want to be a colonist and have their messages show up in the game, then they can. But I decided to leave it off for now, just because I don't want to discourage people from chatting on Twitch because they don't want to see themselves in game, you know? But yeah, the devs seem very receptive to feedback for Town to City, which is awesome. Awesome. Anyway, I've got people that want to move in at the moment. So we should probably give them somewhere to stay. You're saying you don't have any lights? Are you kidding me? There's so many street lights here. How many lights do you want? There you go. So this family here, they want a house surrounded by decorations from the light category. Maybe if I also light this back road, it will positively affect these guys as well. Like this. Let's see, does that positively help you guys out now? +2. I mean, that's probably as good as it's going to get. And they're sad now because apparently the demand for these particular stalls is too high. And there's not much I can do about that unless I create like another market area, which I could do. I guess I could make another market area. It just seems a little bit excessive to have more in such a kind of small space, if you see what I mean. You got to get ready for your doctor's appointment. All right, thank you for the lurk, Barn Isle. I hope the doctor's goes all right. Let's have a look. We've got our farms. We were looking at this bakery. We're actually nearly there in terms of being able to afford it. And I'm pretty sure the corn and the wheat then go into making the bread. And then you guys also want a house that has street lights. I'm going to put them in here and add some more. Hopefully that will positively affect them. Yeah, maybe it's cornbread they're having, which should be interesting. But in our little town here, we've got the bare essentials down, which is of course including a winery that's being provided by our grape farm over here. So at the moment we have a butcher's, we have a winery. We've got a shoe... No, we haven't got a shoemaker yet. We've got a clothes store here. And then we've got these little market stalls selling chicken, vegetables, fruit, cheese and fish. That is what we're supplying our town with. We did unlock the shoe stall, however. Here we go, shoemaker. The shoemaker! I'm going to put this one in here. There we go. I know you guys want to live in a place that has farm decorations, but I don't have any more space at the moment. Unless we did a couple of like little regular houses over here too, so houses that weren't technically farms but would take advantage of the farm decorations. Maybe we do that. And then we wouldn't upgrade these. They would just be single story as the town kind of sprawls out and becomes more rural. Yeah, I'm going to move them into here. It still says -5%, but we could just add some of these things in. There's no harm in adding some farm decorations for them. Let's put that in there like that. They can have like a little annex. What is the music level like, guys? Is it okay? Is it too much? Are these all upgraded? So all of those have been... Oh, except this one. Let's move you in there, and then that gives us some more folks to work with. We do probably want to think about where we're going to put our plaza, which I think needs to go somewhere here. It's going to be interesting because there's like a little slope here, so I don't know how the game's going to kind of manage that as we're building. Where is the plaza? Here it is, look. The Fountain of Seasons. I think it needs to go in here. Although maybe we think about what kind of shops and stuff we're plonking down here. I think it's somewhere like that, I think. So I'm going to unlock the opticians. There we go. And I think that comes under clothing. There we go. I love the little optician's shop with the round windows that look like a pair of glasses. I don't know exactly where I want to put that. But we should have plaza roads here. So I had thought it's a bit more difficult to do freehand. So I'm going to have to tidy it up. Yeah, the area around this will be a little plaza. This is gonna get fiddly. Okay. Something like that. And then I think... I don't know if the roads should kind of lead up to it, I guess. Something like that. And then we can probably put our opticians in... Yeah, that'll fit quite nicely into that corner there. There we go. There we go. And that's perfect because these guys would like to live somewhere that is close to a clothing store, so they can go into there. Like so. You also want to live near a clothing store. Well, we're probably going to have to squeeze some more stores and houses and things. There we go. Let's give you some workers. Excellent. It does seem like buildings need to be incredibly close to a road to have the road access. There we go. There we go. Okay, more workers in there. We now don't have enough in the warehouse. I'm going to sacrifice a researcher or two for now. So that we can get the whole like supply and demand thing set up properly. And then we can move you guys in. Can't upgrade because we don't have enough money, unfortunately. Okay, there we go. So things are balanced again. Excellent. Oh, I say that they're balanced. It's not because they don't have enough workers now. There we go. But yeah, the whole like supply and demand thing is pretty straightforward to learn. It seems. There's nothing like overly complex or frustrating about it. Alright, can we unlock this bakery yet? We can! Excellent. And I think when we get to 400 points, we'll unlock tier 2. So the bakery, I think that could maybe go on the town square. Let's have a look. Food, bakery. Look at that. It doesn't quite fit in there, but it fits into here. Too expensive. Oh, yeah. Interestingly, we're making like 1,752 money. I don't know how frequently we're making that, but we only have 400 in the bank. Sacrifice a researcher? Sounds like you're going to throw them into a volcano. No, I don't mean like kill them. I just mean reassign them to a different job. Oh dear. That would be kind of cool. To have like volcanoes and things. I can't imagine this game having natural disasters though. It doesn't really fit the vibe. It feels like, actually, you know what, the perfect place for this is kind of here, isn't it? This is actually the perfect size for this. There we go. All right, bakery is in. We don't have any workers, I don't think, at the moment, free. So we do need to think about building some more houses, I guess. There's not enough of them at the moment. Huh. Huh. Trying to figure out kind of where I want my roads to go. I'm going to have this one kind of going out over here in a crossroad fashion. And then we'll have some houses like going up the hillside here. And these ones will have nicer gardens. I don't know if we ended up unlocking hedges and stuff yet. I don't think we did. We've got fences. Oh, do you know something I've not been keeping on top of? The building decorations. Because it makes them so much happier when they have little sunflowers in their windows like this. See? Gives them a lot more happiness. Oh, and now that they've got upstairs, they've got even more windows that need decorating. Look. I like the sunflowers. I think they're my favorite. I'm not gonna decorate the shop windows yet because there's something I want to unlock before I do that. You know those like little market stall awnings? You can put those in the windows. They're super cute. But yeah, I can't do that yet. Unfortunately. Did we do all those houses? I think we did. Oh no, there's some here. Look. There's some here that we've missed. There we go. And then I think there was maybe one more that I missed. Like, yeah, these houses here. And maybe this guy. This guy. All right. I think that is money well spent. That should improve some happiness. We need some bakers in here. I don't have any workers available though. Yeah, you guys live in there. Family added. And then they can work in the bakery. And then we need another house that is near farm decorations. I'm going to place these slightly further apart, I think. Ever so slightly. Hello, Michael. How are you doing? Dude, this game? Have you played it yet? Oh my goodness, my auto mod's on a roll today. Have you played it? It's so good. I actually cried at it the other day. I was a little bit hormonal, I will admit, but one of the devs came into my stream and showed me a little Easter egg that was just so glorious and just kind of showed how much passion and attention to detail the devs have put into this. I sobbed, like in a happy way, because it was so cool, you know? And it was this. You click on things and there's these little animations that appear, like if you click on the water, the fish, yeah, the fish. I don't think I have any bushes yet, but yeah, I need a bush to demonstrate the next one. Wait a minute. Where is it? Small potted flowers? Okay, I'm gonna put some small potted flowers. Wait, it's not flowers, it's bushes. Where's a bush? Here we go, flowery bush. Okay. The butterfly! It's just... yeah, they poured a lot of love into this. It's beautiful. The sound world is beautiful as well. I love their kind of combination of traditional kind of French sounding music with traditional French instrumentation with kind of earlier French styles as well. It's got a lot of impressionistic musical influence. If you don't know what that is, think of impressionistic painters like Claude Monet, for example. Think of the water lilies and the way in which they're drawn. Imagine that, but in audio form. It's kind of impressionistic music, if you like. It's one of my favourite musical genres. So I really appreciate that they've kind of put that into the game, I guess. I can nerd out about it. But yeah, it's really wonderful. And I kind of wasn't expecting it from this game. I thought, oh, it's another indie. Like, it looks good. But no, it's really taken me aback in a good way. In a good way. There's just, as usual at the moment, lots of cool games coming out. Lots of good updates. There's a big update for Into the Dead Our Darkest Days coming out later today, I think. And I'm going to be jumping into that again. That was, I think that game is my favourite game release of the year so far. It is a zombie apocalypse RPG strategy survival game. Excellent. I'm going to be doing another playthrough of that on Thursday. But yeah, lots of cool games. And actually, I think my top 3 new games of the year have all been indies. Indies are on a roll at the moment. They really are. Like Voyages of Nera, Town to City, Into the Dead. Oh, Into the Dead Our Darkest Days has released into early access already, Michael, but they have a big update coming out today, but it won't come out until much later today. It's excellent. It's really good. So good. It's quite dark. In a good way. Would highly recommend. Yeah, it's got a really dark story to it. Yeah. And just the whole 80s, kind of late 70s, early 80s vibes of the whole thing too, that they've made for that game. Is pretty sweet. Ugh. I just had like the bottom part of the coffee and there was like still grounds in the bottom. That's not good. That's not good. All right, what are we saying? This fountain, so you can kind of see it looks a little bit odd because of the terrain, but you could also just imagine that this is, I don't know, some kind of steps going up to the fountain. And it's not the fact that it's on a hill. We're just going to ignore that. Oh, we can move the farm people into here, right? Can you go into there? Oh, no, I don't want to. Oh, no, I didn't mean to do that. Let me move you guys into here, sorry. And these guys want... Oh, farm decorations. Which I can give to them. 2025 surely has been a great for games that have come out. Yes. Followed by Ellipses, which I kind of agree with there, Red Snake. There's also been... Yes, it's been a great year for indies, but also, let's not forget, there's also been a lot of games and people behind those games that have been made redundant, which is really sad. That's the flip side of everything that's going on at the moment in the industry. And that's a very real thing for a lot of people. Yeah. Lurk, it's nap time. All right. I'll see you in a bit if I'm still going, Grey Amber. Enjoy your nap. I hope it is excellent. Right, we need somebody in the bakery. There we go. We're actually nearly at the next stage of town, which I think is town or village, maybe. Oh, the whole AI thing as well. Yeah, we were having a bit of a rant about that the other day. Red Snades. In fact, we were having a big old rant about it the other day. Building decorations. We've still not unlocked the little awnings that I really would like for my buildings. I don't know if it's under park decorations or not. We've now unlocked everything in the tier 2 category. No. I guess it's the next tier. Yeah. After Hamlet, it's Macbeth. Something like that. I mean, to me, this is not a hamlet. This is, at this point, this is a village. A hamlet, to me, is like a couple of houses, right? This has got its own clothing store. This has got its own opticians, damn it. It's definitely a village. Definitely. Look at this. Yeah, I really want to unlock the awnings for the shops, and then we can increase their workplace decoration value. Oh, we should probably put in some street lamps here as well. Here we go. Excellent. AI is a semi-bubble. It has its usages, but at the moment it's getting used for a lot of things it shouldn't be used for by people who think it's better than it actually is, and it's already resulted in irreversible deletion of product data despite being told not to do anything without approval. Yeah, I don't know if it is a fad though. This is my worry, and also, and this is my personal opinion here, I'm not even sure that like we should justify even certain uses of AI from an environmental perspective. If you take out the whole, obviously the idea that it's replacing jobs, which is bad. It's limiting creativity and uniqueness, which is bad.
Fubar_crime just
Hi, Fubar!
subscribed.
Thank you for your 7 months. How are you doing? It's good to see you. We're having a rant about AI, Fubar, and game dev. Don't know if you have any input on that. Fubar is a game dev. But yeah, even if you were to kind of take that side of the argument out, which is very valid, of course, then yeah, the sheer environmental impact of using AI at all is so massive. Surely there is a better way of doing things, right? I mean, we've managed this far without it. Yeah. You only use AI for concept art stuff. Yeah, and the stuff, I mean, at the point I've ever played your games, Fubar, I've never seen use of AI, if that makes sense. So if you've used it at some point in your stage of development where it hasn't then been published, right? I'm not a massive fan of games that in any point of their publishing, whether that is early access or like a public beta or whatever, seeing AI, I would much rather see, for example, using AI to replace an image that is later going to be designed by an artist. I would much rather have a dev draw a stick figure or have like some bizarre placeholder than AI, you know? Yeah. But yeah, even if we take that into account, the reality is the environmental impact is very large. I do hope that we could find a better way to do these things and to still progress our technology without having such a big environmental impact. Yeah. But yeah, we talk about it a lot here because it affects a lot of people, I think, you know. And it's important to talk about sometimes, especially, you know, we're playing a lot of games and unfortunately some of them do have AI in. I think if you're bothered by this, by the way, and you are a Steam gamer on PC, then games have to legally declare if they have used AI within their game at that point that it's being published. So if you scroll down on the Steam page, you can see if a game uses AI and in what context it does. It's always worth looking at if it's something that you don't agree with. Yeah. For sure. Okay, where are we at? We're nearly at the village stage. Have I got any more houses ready to be moved into? I actually think we need to build some more. We have 2 families here. One of them wants to live next to farm decorations. Why do they all want to live next to farm decorations? I'm going to end up having like a way busier farming area than I would like. Because it just feels odd to kind of put like bales of hay in the village. I don't know. I mean, maybe we could. Maybe we could. There we go. Have some farmyard decorations. Yeah, I don't know if these families with the traits arriving into the village, I don't know if they ever go away. If you just leave them, I think they just stay there until you give them a house. So you kind of have to find a way to manage them. Yeah. What was that film with Will Smith in, with the robot that becomes sentient? I mean, there's quite a few films that are centered around this now. I can't remember what it's called. But yeah, there's kind of things like that that you imagine happening, right? iRobot, yeah, that was it. Yeah, but there's other films like that as well. Like there was one brought out recently with Megan Fox in that was quite good. where you have AI robots and like the moral implications of people employing these robots, and then eventually the robots become sentient, and it's this whole problem, right? Yeah, there's all of that I imagine happening in real life, you know. How about this game? You're kind of curious about it? Honestly, one of my favorite games of the year, Fubar. It's really pleasantly surprised me. It has, compared to a lot of colony managers and city builders, it's slower paced and more chilled out. Not just in terms of its sound world and its graphics, which I think are quite obvious. How cute it looks. It's kind of voxel based, pixelated, as you can see. But for example, you have people arriving into your town and there's not an immediate pressure to have to house them. You're not going to get penalized if you just leave them here for a bit. You start out and you're not immediately losing money from just existing, which is kind of nice. And it's just much more kind of generous in terms of I feel like it'd be really difficult to lose and have to start again. Yeah, it kind of plays on creativity a lot more. It has a lot of kind of free drawing tools when it comes to infrastructure and placement of houses, and encourages you to focus more on the details and the decoration. Something I found out the other day is I can click on these bushes and then there's like little butterflies that fly out, which is super cute. And then I go over to the ponds. I think there are ponds decorations you can add. Big reeds. Big reeds. There we go. And then I can like click on the water. And then there's like fish. And there's just like lots of like cute little things like that. But also with the mechanics being the way they are, there is enough of a detailed input to the supply and demand mechanics, into the happiness mechanics of your people, that it kind of keeps driving you forwards. It's not so chilled out that there's no tension. Does that make sense? But it definitely favors the more relaxed side of things. And I think there's absolutely a space within the colony management city building genre for that. You know, one of your favorite games is Detroit Become Human. I don't think I've ever played that before. Is that an RPG, Shuella, would you say? Yeah, Fubar, honestly, give it a go. Like, it's kind of hilarious at the moment because my on-stream games for the past couple of weeks have been like the more kind of softer side of survival crafting or colony management. I was playing Voyages of Nero last week. We've been playing this as well. And then off stream, as a complete and utter juxtaposition, I'm playing hardcore PvP Rust. It's like my mind is craving both, you know? But yeah, that's the way it goes sometimes. I like all different types of games, me. You know? You like games where nobody's trying to kill you. You see, I don't mind where games where people are trying to kill me, but it has to be in a context that feels safe, which might sound a bit odd, but what I mean by that is quite often on PvP games, if you're playing on official, there can be a lot of toxicity. I don't want to be killed in a PvP game while somebody's shouting slurs at me, or somebody's door camping me, or tunneling me. But what I do like is I like the banter that comes with like friendly PvP, which is what I'm doing in Rust, essentially. Yes. Oh my goodness. Hello, Drongo. The hype club is here. Is this the after party of the Drongo hype club? Did you have a hype train today by any chance? How's it going? Drongo's also been playing Town to City quite a bit, by the way. Drongo's very chill. He has an awesome sense of humor. Loves kind of simulation, building, management type games. Please go check him out if you haven't already. He's a lovely place to hang out. He's super creative when it comes to his he creates like jingles for your tier 2 and tier 3 subs. And if you subscribe to Drongo at those levels, he makes a whole like little jingle for you, and they're so funny. They're brilliant. I really enjoy listening to them all. As people come into your stream, you're desperately trying to 100% this. You're so close. When you say 100%, do you mean get 100% happiness across the board, or are you trying to get all the Steam achievements? Dency, hi! I hope you're well. Good to see you. Random Jen, Curling Master. Who else have we got here? Denoba, Anger B. I see Cat coming in. Gnith, hello. Ion Titchy, hi. There's a lot of people. Osiric, hi. Infinity, 3 Cat Dude, Bib, Jay, Jonathan as well, hi. Welcome in. If you're new here, in fact, I don't think I introduced myself when FG raided. So for the benefit of anybody that's coming in with raids or who's new, welcome. My name is Vic. My pronouns are she, her. And I play, generally speaking, a lot of survival crafting, building and management type games. But I'm kind of breaking out into more and more different things at the moment and just doing what I enjoy, I guess.
A turtle made it
but yeah, I stream full time here on Twitch and on YouTube. As well, I'm sat here today with aches and pains, so I've got my hot water bottle. If you see me kind of hunched over as a shrimp, it's just because I'm trying to get the heat on my muscles. Don't worry, my posture's not always terrible, I promise.
A turtle made it to the
Double
water.
Vic tabs, excellent. Rixu, hi! Good to see you. Oh, you're trying to get 100% achievement and you've done the 100% happiness. I'm at 93, which isn't terrible. I think at this stage of the game, because I played this on Friday and I did the campaign and that was all fine. That was my first time playing. So I was just learning how to play the game. And now we're doing Sandbox. So I'm trying to do everything within one space. So we've got like our farms up here. And then they're supplying goods to the granary, which then supplies to the bakery and the winery, etc. I'm trying to do it all in one space. And because I've not unlocked a massive amount of stuff yet, it means I don't have a tremendous amount of, for example, farm decorations. Like I know these guys are sad because they want more farm decorations, but there's only so many hay bale trucks I can place down, you know. But there we go. Drongo, I love the emotes. That's excellent. The 2-part emote. It's wonderful. What were you playing today? Oh wait, you were doing Oxygen Not Included, right? How did you get on with that? I've not played it before, but I love the devs. Is it Cly? They did Don't Starve Together, which is one of my favorite games. Wait a minute, what else is going on with that emote? Why have you got a ghost trying to break out your butt? Wait, is mayo? Are you farting mayo in that emote? Are you farting out a jar of mayo? It's preganase. Yeah, but the way that the emote is, it looks like it's coming out of his bum. Interesting. Love it. You're playing Oxygen Not Included for the first time. It was surprisingly easy. Yeah, I need to try it at some point. It looks good fun. Don't Starve Together, which is made by the same devs. That was the first game I ever streamed on Twitch. Nearly 5 years ago. It's going to be my 5-year anniversary of being on this platform in October. So I think I might have to jump into it next month. Drongo loves mayo, maybe a bit too much. Oh, I know about Drongo and mayo. I went to the supermarket once in the UK and I found that Hellman's Mayonnaise had done a collaboration with Monster Munch, which is a pickled onion flavoured British crisps, and they'd combined it into a jar of mayo, and I sent Drongo a photo of it because I'd thought of him. Pickled onion mayonnaise is a thing now, apparently. Wait, did you put mayo on your face at some point? That's taking it too far! I must have missed that. I know you did a shoey of mayonnaise at one point. Sue, hello! You can't stay because you've got to work, but you got your Miss Vidam sweatshirt today, and you're in love with how comfy and soft. Wait, when you say sweatshirt, do you mean the hoodie like this one that I'm wearing? Or when you say sweatshirt, do you mean a t-shirt? This is my new Miss Vidam sweatshirt. It's super soft and lightweight and cozy, and yes, I'm repping my own merch right now. Yeah. Although the camera's kind of hiding it. It kind of sits... Hang on a minute. It kind of sits on the pocket on this side. Oh, you got the navy one? I actually might get some more colours. Because I'm really enjoying how soft it is. Yeah. FG did a mayo shoey before you? I did not know this about FG. All the secrets are coming out at the moment. Croval, hello! It's going good, thank you. It's going good. This is the great thing about this game, is that I can sit and natter to you lot and the game doesn't penalise me. Everybody's chill. I'm just earning money. I'm gathering research points. Although apparently I can't gain any more points or anything because we need to upgrade, which means I need to actually work on moving people in. Uh-huh. A tea and mayonnaise? I don't even want to know how the science of that works. Tea and mayonnaise. Tea and mayonnaise. Tea and mayonnaise, if you will. Something like that. You're off the trial now? I hope it goes good, Sue. Thank you for popping in, though. And thank you for supporting me in my merch store. I recently launched some new merchandise. I have some on my desk, actually. Well, I have very minimal amounts. We have a Biff coaster, which is one of my favorite items. What else do I have? I have a mouse mat somewhere. And then we have these mugs. Hang on. I'm just going to make sure I'm not running over my cat with my chair. There we go. This is one of the mugs as well. We have a Billy the Tortoise green mug with Miss Verdams at the bottom. And a whole bunch of other stuff. Flanker did a tea and mayo for the hot potato, and then FG's chat asked how many subs to make her do it. What was the price? Can you remember, Infinity? Oh yeah, okay, so this part of the neighborhood, Cat, this is going to be the kind of town center. So all of this is getting crammed in. And then as we kind of sprawl outwards towards the farms, things will get, you know, more kind of space between them. There'll be gardens. I'm still waiting to be able to unlock more decorations and stuff for that, though. Okay. Yeah, these are all going to be 2-story. And then these will be single story, I think. Is what we all do. Yeah. Wait, did I miss a message from Soulstar? Your mum saw the Dino drawstring notebook at the weekend and she was delighted to see your name on it. Excellent. I think that's one of my favourite items. I did a partnerversary celebration recently, and anybody who gifted 5 subs got their name and their favourite dinosaur drawn on this bit of paper. And then we turned the poster into a notebook and put it on the merch store. I'm really bad at drawing, as you can tell. There we go. You don't even allow mayonnaise inside your house? Me too. I'm not a mayo fan, I'm sorry to say. We have something in the UK called salad cream, which I'm also not a fan of. Salad cream is kind of similar to mayonnaise. It's a kind of salad dressing, I guess. Oh, wait, we have different types of window boxes now. Excellent. I'm getting in the habit of putting in decorations on all of my houses to make my people super happy. I mean, yeah, I don't really know what the difference between salad cream and mayo is. They're both creamy and disgusting. All of this mayonnaise slander in this chat. Yeah, I'm gonna try and get to 100% happiness. I don't know if I can do it, but I'm gonna attempt it. I know that that's J-Dizzle without even looking. Is it? It actually is. Thank you very much, J-Dizzle, for that. Thank you for the bits. Those are some excellent derpy dinos. Thank you, Denzi. I'm so bad at drawing. I'm the worst. We had a lot of fun, though. For sure. One has egg, one doesn't. So mayonnaise has egg, right? And we're saying salad cream doesn't? Salad cream is also slightly yellowy in colour compared to mayonnaise. I seem to remember. Okay, we're doing a wine pairing. I have a wine pairing redeem here. Once upon a time, I did a qualification in wine. I have my level 2 WSET. I used to work in a wine bar and also run a cheese market as one of the many jobs that I did before I streamed. So Daneswar is asking, what wine would one pair with a jar of mayonnaise? Honestly, You would want something quite acidic to cut through the fatty nature of the mayonnaise. Acidity and fat go well together. Think of tomato and cheese pizza, for example, right? So you'd want something that had a good bite to it. Honestly, something as simple, I would go white, probably. You could do something like, you know, a good Savvy Bee with a nice acidic bite. Like a young Sauvignon Blanc, I would say. That wine we were talking about before, that British wine, would go well as well. Yeah. But something I would say light and acidic to kind of cut through. Yeah. For sure. The cheapest wine. Also cheap wine. Or maybe, actually, because I don't know what it is about Australians and shoeys. I'm guessing that it's something that originated in Australia. But speaking of doing mayonnaise out of a shoe, you could wash it down with some good old-fashioned Australian boxed Chardonnay. How about that for a pairing? How about that? There we go. Right, let's move these guys in and upgrade. Oof! There you go. You ever drink Baileys from a shoe? Exactly. Goon shoey. Mm-hmm. Wine that has turned to vinegar. Ooh. I don't know. This game's so good. Next time you have to do a mayonnaise shoey, you need to wash it down with box wine. Drongo. I'm not promoting irresponsible drinking on stream, I promise. Okay, what's going on here? We need one more person in the shoe shop and one more baker. One more in... What is that? Oh, that's the winery. I love how this game, above any other crop that you can plant to begin with, it says, start with grapes and wine. Sentient puppet, hello. Vinegar in a straw. Ugh. It'd be bad for your tummy, wouldn't it? Mm-hmm. You want to go to a club where people wee on each other? Wait, what? I'm so confused. Irresponsible mayo consumption. Hey, Soulstart boxed wine has its place. Every wine, every mayonnaise has its place. Oh, it's from the same thing as the Baileys from Issue. That was, oh gosh, Noel Fielding, wasn't it? What was it called? The Mighty Boosh? Wasn't it the Mighty Boosh? That was a while ago, wasn't it? Very British, surrealist sense of humour. Okay, we're so close. We're so close to being able to upgrade. Let's, you want to be in a house far away from neighbours? I guess we could, like, pop them up on the hill, maybe? I don't know if that's far away from neighbours or not, but it's pretty damn far away from the centre of town, at least. There we go. To be honest, I didn't watch an awful lot of Mighty Boosh, but I know about that particular sketch. I think that's one of the more famous ones. Okay, plus 12%. Let's get them in there. They are out the way. They have supply from a cheese market, but they don't get much else. But that's their fault if they want to live away from people. And lo and behold, we can now upgrade to a village. At least I think it's a village is the next one. I freaking love the music in this game. It's so good. But yeah, I wonder where the French influence is from then. The devs are Dutch, apparently. But yeah, it's very, very French. The music, the wine, the vibes. Okay, we're on tier 3, so we can now have leisure buildings, which is pretty sweet. But I'm going to pause the game a minute because I do need to top up my hot water bottle because it's going a bit cold, which is very sad. Crafton, hello! Yeah, the devs are Dutch. Apparently. Oh, hi, Penny. You want to come and say hi to chat? Come on in. This is my cat, Penny, for anybody that is new here. Let me point the camera down. Oh, she's gonna... You've literally just jumped off and now you're gonna jump off? What are you doing? You're just being a cat. Come here. Come here. big dafty. She's my rescue kitty. I got her a couple of months back. Gosh, she's been here for a couple of months now. Can you believe it? She is a tortoiseshell long-haired cat that behaves like a rag doll. Look at her. She's very tiny. When I got her, she's 2 years old. When I got her, she only weighed 2.1 kilograms. She's very small. You trying to get up on the keyboard? Mm-hmm. Yeah, second hand cat, yeah. Her owners, they moved out the country and left her behind. But who would leave? Who would leave you? You're so lovely. Welcome back from ads, folks. Thank you for sitting through them. We're just chilling with Penny at the minute. Before we get back into city building. Tortoiseshell isn't ironic. We do love tortoises in this chat. It was a complete coincidence, really, although I wasn't planning on getting a cat so soon after moving into my new place, but I checked the local shelter's website and I saw her and I just kind of fell in love. So, here we are. But she has a little perch that she sits on when I'm streaming so that she can be near me without being an annoyance on the keyboard and stuff. There we go. And she also has a little watermelon bed on the floor as well, which you can kind of work out. That's what that big kind of red circle thing is there. But yeah, she's wonderful. She definitely makes the bad days seem slightly less bad, for sure. So that's Penny. I will get the tortoise cam back up and running soon as well, because Billy won't be going outside again this year. It's now gotten far too cold for a reptile to be outside in the UK. That's for sure. Oh my goodness. Tier 2 farming. Okay, honestly, I'm gonna save up to get utility decorations, I think. I'm not gonna bother with extra farms just yet. And we've also got a bunch of research points here as well. Why don't we... I think we're going to need extra warehouse workers, first and foremost, before we even think about expanding, right? We're going to need more of those. Your cat is currently hanging off the corner of your desk. You guess it's food time. Penny's got a couple of hours to wait yet, but she hasn't napped. She usually has quite a big nap in the afternoon. She's been out for most of the day, and she hasn't napped yet, so she's going to be freaking knackered. She's probably going to go to sleep for a bit, I should imagine. She might end up having a later dinner. Yeah, we need to generate research points. I think we had some slots in here. Here we go. Let's just get those workers in there and speed that process up a bit. And I want there to be like shops all along here, essentially, kind of circling this square. Some like cool little entertainment stands as well. And then houses. What are we doing for decorations? I want to see if we've got like enough decorations that we can kind of do something cool out the back now here. I wanted to just like fill in this space a bit because it's looking a little bit blank and empty. She's probably full on mice. Well, she hasn't been eating the mice, Colin. This is the thing. She brings them to me. Sometimes they're alive, sometimes they're not. But she brings them as a gift. It's either as a gift or it's to say, you are a terrible hunter. Here is dinner. Please prepare it for me. And then I think she gets mad at me because I obviously don't prepare the mouse. But there we go. But there is, unfortunately, a mouse outside at the moment that I am going to have to deal with after stream. Randomize. Okay, here we go. Yeah, those trees are kind of large. I do like them though, they're beautiful. I'm going to put some trees in here, and then I think we will have some kind of bushes and stuff around the back, maybe. Let's have a look. We should have, oh, like just little flowers going places. This all makes our residents happier as well. We finally have hedges now, so we can think about giving some of the houses with more space an actual garden. Please don't stop. I still need you, okay? Pretty much. She's finally settled on her diet now, which is good. It took me a while to find a food that she would eat. So maybe that's why she was bringing me mice as well. She wasn't enjoying what I was feeding her. Potentially. These like flower boxes. I want the bushes though. Oh, there we go. Okay. So what I had thought is, I don't know if there's like a line tool. It'd be kind of cool for them to have, you know, for those of you that have played City Skylines, can you remember the prop line tool mod that let you draw literal lines of like trees or hedges? That would be excellent here, I think. That would be really nice here. For sure. Especially in a game that's so centered around detail and decoration. Also, snapping decorative objects would be nice too. Or just snapping in general. Not snapping, clipping, sorry. Oh, place 500 bushes! Excellent. We just got a an achievement. There we go. Yeah, the prop line tool was a mod. I mean, a lot of what made City Skylines 1 great was the mods. Like, it's a great base game, but with mods, it really came alive, I think. I can't really speak much for Cities 2 because I didn't end up playing an awful lot of it, I'll be honest. Oh, bye, Penny. Got bored of hanging out with me already. No, she's probably gone to nap on the hallway underneath the skylight where it's a bit warmer. I should think. Chirpy Exterminator was the #1 best mod. I always used to install that as well, Trolley. Oh, there was something very nostalgic there about playing City Skylines with Chirpy still turned on. Because I remember when I first started playing City Skylines back in 2015, I played it on my MacBook Pro. And yes, it did run on my MacBook Pro, but of course, couldn't play it with mods because, well, the game just wouldn't function, quite frankly. It was actually City Skylines 1 that forced me into buying a gaming PC for the first time because I realized how much I enjoyed this game and I just couldn't get it to work the way I wanted to on the MacBook. And at the time, my flatmate was selling his PC that he had built himself because he was upgrading. And so I bought that off him. And have had a gaming PC ever since. Yeah. Before that, I always used to play on... Well, I had a PC that my parents had bought me, I guess, when I was living at home. So I did play on that as a kid. But a lot of the time it was on laptops, I guess. But a lot of the games I liked to play back then, a lot of strategy games, a lot of management, city builders, you could play. That's so cool. I really like that. Just a little bit of detailing now makes that all come alive, right? Look at that! I can't silence the bird. I need a PC. I can't remember how much I bought it for now. Must have been about 500 quid. And that PC lasted me for years, actually. It did a really good job. And then I ended up upgrading because I started streaming and I realised the games I was playing and also running OBS wasn't working. The very first PC you bought was this simple ready-made set and it was really slow and bad, but it was yours. There is something quite special about having your own PC, right? Yeah. You had to go and get a snack or a coffee whilst waiting for games to load. I do remember as a kid specifically playing The Sims 1, actually, and waiting, especially with all the DLCs added in, waiting for that to load and being incredibly impatient about it all. Yeah, I think I'm gonna only decorate like full areas like this when we have like full blocks. Otherwise we're going to be here forever. But that already looks so much better. And we could even put in... Oh, they've got picnic benches. We can put like little benches along here too, look. Excellent. I feel like this area needs some more trees. In that bit there. We've got trees. Oh gosh. Little tree. There we go. Yeah, this is looking good. Turning on the power button, going to pee or getting a snack or both. I remember buying this PC in 2015 from my friend. And before that, I was only used to the PC I had as a kid. And laptops. And just being amazed at the speed at which the computer was ready to go after pressing that power button. It was a revelation. Yeah, I think besides Ark and Project Zomboid, City Skylines 1 is still the game that I have the most hours in. Believe it or not. Yeah. Okay, there we go. So that looks good. I've done a lot of faffing. We've probably got research points to spend. Wait, have I been paused? Oh my god, I've been paused this entire time. Oh no, that's bad because it means we've not generated any research points. Whoops. FG Lex is flirting. 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 I'm trying to figure out how to pronounce the umlaut above the O. Flirting. Are you saying I'm slow and bad? No, your PC is slow and bad, not you. Flirting. I did I pronounce the vowel correctly? Yes. My German pronunciation lessons 10 years ago weren't in vain. So when you put the umlaut above the vowel, it narrows it, right? I think. It's something we don't have in the English language, but it's in German and probably a couple of other kind of Germanic languages as well. Do we have any houses right now? We do. Oh, they're sad because there's not enough opticians, apparently. The demand for opticians is too high. Okay. You see, this is where I think there might need to be a little bit of balance in this game with the supply and demand mechanics, because at the moment, this opticians for this many residents is making them sad because the demand's too high and I can't employ any more people here. And I feel like having 2 opticians within this space is a little bit unreasonable. But there we go. Oh, you have the umlaut and finish as well. It's in Swedish as well, I think, right? And then Swedish also have the little circle above their vowels too, I think. You guys want to be near farms. Oh, they all want to be up near here, don't they? I mean, I could just give another house farm decorations, I guess. At some point. Is there anything else I could build right now? No, we're waiting to unlock stuff. City Hall. Oh wait, I haven't put my house down yet. Mayor's home. I mean, to be honest, like putting this down will just trigger quests, and we have maximum money anyway at the moment. The only reason we really need quests is if we're short on cash. I'll put it down anyway, just because it looks kind of cool. I'm gonna have a lakeside house. Yeah. That's where I'm gonna live. On the other side of the market. Something like that. It doesn't look amazing. I'm trying to like make my roads look as organic as possible, but I still kind of suck at it. Oh well. I'm not a corrupt mayor. How dare? It's okay. Oh, whoops. They still have like this lovely little market area by the river for themselves. I haven't taken all of it. I will have you know. Oh, the way the road goes in there is pretty naff. Can I do like a little driveway? You can have like a little driveway. Have I tried the bend tool? No, I haven't tried the bending tool. How do I do that? Because I know that we've got the straight line tool and this is the free draw tool, but where's the bend? Line tool, freeform, round brush, square brush, and remove. Oh, I can paint the ground as well. I didn't know that. Oh, there's the O with the line through it as well. I forgot about that, Malvius, yeah. This game reminds you of Vintage Story so much graphically. I guess it's the kind of voxel-based thing, right? I still need to play Vintage Story. I will do at some point. I promise. Okay, we've got some more folks ready to move in that aren't so fussy, although you want to be near flower decorations. Have I got the house for you? Yes, I have. I still don't have a house for you guys. Unfortunately. Do I have points to spend? I do. What do we want to unlock? A luxury or an entertainment? Or food? I'm actually going to go for the bistro because it's a bigger building, so I kind of want to unlock that and get that placed before we look at some of the starting out entertainment buildings are a lot smaller, so they're easier to kind of squeeze in here and there. Let's say. Oh, did we unlock the shop decorations? We didn't. Okay, well they shouldn't be too far off, I don't think. Yeah, we have a lovely bistro overlooking the plaza with the bakery. Okay, I think we're going to need... Yeah, we're going to need to keep up with the warehouse situation. There we go. And we've still got space for 3 more workers. 2... Yeah, we're going to also, I guess, have like a bit of garden room in the back here, which will be nice for these townhouses. I think what I'll probably end up doing is adding in a road here as well. I'm going to have to smooth this out though, because it looks really bad. And then the road's just going to stop here. And then it's going to meet the plaza. I mean, that doesn't look terrible. I think it looks okay, yeah. So Norwegian has like different symbols compared to German, but they sound similar. Is that what we're saying? Is that what we're saying, Shirella? Yeah. 21 pilots, it sounds wrong to a Norwegian. I mean, I wouldn't know how you would write phonetically how the O with the cross through it would sound like. I never actually learnt the phonetic alphabet, but there is a phonetic alphabet that you can kind of use cross languages so that you can better understand pronunciation, which is really interesting. Yeah. Since you are Finnish, yes, that's fair enough. Okay, so the O with the cross is pronounced O-E. O-E? O-E? I don't know. I don't know if I'm doing it right. No. Okay. Nope, you're doing it wrong. Like Yes, I got it. Excellent. So I did a lot of pronunciation classes as part of my music degree because I studied as a classical singer. So they only had a limited amount of time to be able to teach us languages. So they taught us the pronunciation, but they didn't teach us the meaning. We had to go away and learn the meaning. There was a lot of work involved. So I was taught basic German, Italian, French, Latin, and Russian pronunciations. And then when it came to the meaning of the language and the grammar, I had to go away and do that myself. There's a lot of work that went into studying classical music and performance, especially as a vocalist, because you don't just have your instrument, your voice. You've got the language. You also have the acting and the stage movement as well on top of that. So it's very, very intensive. And I think we'll have a couple of townhouses in here. And we'll maybe stick in one more shop here. And then we'll do some kind of garden work back here as well, like we have here. Although this is like more of like an inner city garden. So I guess, could we have, what else have we got? Oh yeah, we need to keep on top of the whole streetlight situation. That's a simple way to keep these guys happy. Oh! Oh my goodness, Kiri, you made me absolutely poop myself. Hello. Kiri, how's it going? It's good to see you, das mich, Kansley. Kiri. Wait, you were playing, Kiri, were you playing that new game? What's it called? Endless something. I want to say Endless Dungeon, but it's not Endless Dungeon. The strategy game, right? How is it? I was watching Molly play it yesterday. It looks super fun. Or maybe you're doing something different today. I don't know. Folks, please go give Kiri a follow. Kiri's awesome. She's very chilled out, quite literally in all senses of the word. She loves winter and everything kind of snow and frost related. She streams a lot of colony management, building, and strategy games. That's Kiri. Yeah. Oh, you got cold, so you ended a bit early. You got too cold. Oh no. Endless Legends, that was it. Endless Legend 2. Yeah, which looked to me, as somebody who isn't overly familiar with strategy games, looked a bit like Civilization to me in its format. My history with strategy games is, as a child, I used to play the Heroes of Might and Magic franchise. I used to play Civilization and things like Caesar and all of those types of games. I used to do a lot more kind of turn-based strategy than I did real-time. But in this day and age, I did play Civilization when that came out, and I will be playing the new Heroes of Might and Magic game when that comes out next month. But I love city builders and colony management games, RimWorld, City Skylines, Town to City, Anno when that comes out next month. But I also love, if you're new here, I also love a lot of survival crafting games as well. So we play a lot of things like Project Zomboid, Valheim, Enshrouded, Ark, No Man's Sky, all that type of thing too. But welcome in, Raiders. My name's Vic. If you haven't met me before, my pronouns are she, her, and I stream full-time here on Twitch and on YouTube. Times have changed. It is getting a bit cold now, though. I've actually put my heating on for the first time today, this year. I recently moved house to the north of England, where it does get colder quicker up here. And I'm actually sat here with my hot water bottle at the moment because I have aches and pains at the moment. So we're having a bit of a cozy day today. But yeah, if you don't know this game, it's an indie game that's just come out into early access called Town to City. It is a very chilled out city builder.
To the water.
Not just in terms of its really beautiful sound world and kind of pixelated voxel style graphics, but the mechanics are quite forgiving. You start the game and you're not immediately in debt, which is lovely, or going in debt. And then when people move in, they just chill out and wait to be rehomed. They don't get mad at you. It feels very low stakes, but there's also enough complexity within the supply-demand mechanics and the happiness mechanics that it kind of keeps you engaged and wanting to play more. So I'm a real big fan of this. Yeah. Oh, wow. You had 28 Celsius yesterday and now it's finally cooler. That must be a bit of a jump then, hey? I don't even know how cold it is outside here at the moment. I reckon it's in the single digits. I'm going to go and have a look now. But I could see my breath this morning when I went outside. I had to go outside to let my cat in and out. Let's have a look. Weather. Weather! Okay, I lied. Okay, this morning it was 4 degrees Celsius when I woke up. There we go. It is now 14. And it will be about as warm as it gets. Thank you for the follows, by the way. We do anonymous follows here, but they're all very much appreciated. So thank you for doing that. Yes. Don't listen to the human. Penny's pronouns are she, her, and Billy's are he, him. I mean, we don't know what their pronouns are. Which is the truth. But I do have a pet cat called Penny, and I do have a pet tortoise called Billy. And I also encourage you guys as well to set your pronouns on stream, which you can do by typing in ! pronouns in the chat. There's a little link. And it means I can see what you've set your pronouns as, so I can avoid misgendering you guys. It's really helpful for us streamers, and I think it's really a good thing for us to normalize asking everybody what their pronouns are as we greet them. And nobody feels marginalized or... yeah, pretty much. There we go. Thank you, Larkin, for doing that. Yeah. 14 is nice summer weather. But no, it's very pleasant outside at the moment. I do love this time of year. I get a lot of chronic musculoskeletal pain, and one of my kind of pain relief methods is to use a hot water bottle to put on the muscles to help relax them, and I just can't do that in the summer because it's too hot. So this time of year, it's finally cool enough. Maybe you should change your name to Dermich. So der is the... okay. It's the, right, in German. Der and das. Are they gendered, those words? In German? I can't remember. Valorocca, when you start a new Pathfinder group, you always ask both your players' pronouns and their characters' pronouns. That's so cool. Because, yeah, their characters' pronouns might be different from their own. That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's like a million different
made it to the water.
Different ways of saying the in German. Okay, so der is masculine, die is feminine, and das is no gender. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. I could have sworn there were more ways of saying the. Oh yeah, Valorocca plays Pathfinder, Kiri. Absolutely. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Okay. I think we've got some research points to spend. I think we're finally ready to look at entertainment, which we should do because we're going to make our citizens happier, and we can add in a couple of smaller buildings like this little puppet stand. We can kind of add them around and in between our existing plaza buildings, which is called, yeah. Didn't TTS Brian call you Das Mike? TTS, I mean, we don't have TTS Mike here. We have TTS Amy, who is actually the voice behind the narrator of what's she called in Subnautica. Anyway, she can also not pronounce people's names very well, it turns out. It's a common TTS thing. Yeah. All right, I think we put in how many workers need to go into the puppet stall. This is so cute. Look at this. People can come and be entertained. Excellent. Awesome. I think, yeah, it doesn't have an incredible reach is the problem. So we might have to maybe scatter a couple of different entertainment buildings about the place just to kind of cover everybody. Like these guys up here are definitely not going to have anything. You're a first edition grognard? I do not know what that is. What is a grognard, Valorocca? Do explain. Okay, street organ is 350. Ball throw is 350. That's what we're saving up for at the moment. Yeah, we just need to get people moving in. The issue I'm having is that they all want to live somewhere with farm decorations, which is kind of annoying because I want to keep this area more kind of rural, I guess. But what we could do is let's do a dirt road a minute. Coming off here, and we can just have some extra houses. And then the whole like farmyard decoration thing will be, I guess, more appropriate in this area. Oh, did we unlock some extra decorations for the farm? There was another tier, wasn't there? Yeah, utility decorations. There we go. And extra granary workers will be handy if we're going to expand our farming industry. It's slang for an old RPG player that likes an older version of an RPG system and not the shiny new version. A grognard. Well, I learnt a new thing there. Oh. Okay, let's give you guys some sunflowers. Classic. Sunflowers in the windows. In fact, we should probably put a couple of houses down. I'm pretty sure there was a couple of them. A couple of people that wanted farmyard decorations, which we will do. Here we go. Look, we've got a big shed. I guess we could put the big sheds. Actually, yeah, if I put it in here, it's going to make more of them happy. A big shed is going in there. A water pump. Oh, that's so cute. Hay roof and a wooden roof. Yeah, you guys can have these. And this should increase their happiness a little bit. And then we can move our people in. There we go. Yeah, it's honestly really surprised me, Kiri, this game. I'm really taken aback by it in a positive way. Because for me, sometimes with cozy games, I become bored easily. Even if they're an excellent game, for me, there has to be something kind of propelling me forwards in order for me to maintain interest. And whether that is through, I don't know, a series of bosses that you defeat in a certain order, or maybe there's some tension being created in some other way within the game. Has to be something. And just kind of at a glance, I looked at this and thought, okay, it's a city builder. I love city builders. It looks really cozy. Is it going to be too cozy for me? But yeah, the mechanics with the supply and demand and the happiness and trying to balance all of that is really keeping me going with it and keeping me wanting to play more. Yeah. Yeah, new cozy village game, Funkle. Absolutely. Yeah. What would Kiri say? Dear Nutella or Das Nutella? Or the correct way, D Nutella? Yeah, Kiri says D Nutella. There you go. The music reminds you of Valheim. It's interesting you say that, Ion, because I was talking about this on Friday. The music is continuous all the way through. It's kind of rolling and relaxing. And I likened it to Valheim myself, although there is a massive French inspiration behind this game. So you can hear the traditional French instrumentation, but there's also a lot of like piano work, which is reminiscent of a more kind of impressionistic French music style from the kind of early 20th century, late 19th century, which kind of fits in with the fact that this is a 19th century city builder. I mean, it is advertised as a Mediterranean city builder, I guess. So you can kind of imagine somewhere in southern France, right? You know? But yeah, the music is wonderful and I love it. As a music nerd, 10 out of 10. Okay, what are you guys... Okay, let's get you into here. Let's get some folks moving in because you're still -1 happiness. I've given you farm decorations. What more do you want? Have another farm decoration. There we go. Oh my goodness. There's a demand for folks to live in the farm area, it seems. at the moment. I don't want to make these houses 2-story because it doesn't make sense that they would be out here. Yeah, we might need to put a couple more food stalls in around here because I don't think this one cheese stall is quite going to cut it up here. We'll see how we get on. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome in. But yeah, I'm taking it slow. All through. Okay, yeah, we're getting the entertainment sorted. I do want to fix up this area like we did this. But yeah, we could put in some of the smaller entertainment facilities. We can kind of put in here, like there's a little ball throw there on the corner. There we go. You would like to be in a house that is surrounded by plaza decorations. Oh, apparently this is a plaza decoration, so you can live right here. Excellent. Excellent, Rolf. Welcome in. Hello. Hi. I would like to see this fixed. I feel like this is asking for a better road connection. It's already on the road. There we go. Okay, it likes it now. There we are. There we are. Okay, let's fix up supply and demand now. We have got the maximum number of people working in our winery. We need one more person inside of the butcher. Is everything else doing all right at the moment? Apparently so. We are balanced, miraculously. Let me just put in my sunflowers. There we go. All right. Yeah, I think we're just at a stage where we're saving it for research points at the moment. I think we have the maximum number of researchers though, do we? Yes, so I can't add in any more folks to that. Oh my goodness! 96% townsfolk happiness. Okay, so where they're falling down is they want more leisure, which we'll unlock shortly, and they want more work decorations. There should be something I can unlock. I don't know. It might be plaza. Yeah, plaza decorations. Once I unlock that, we're going to have way more decorative tools to work with for the workplaces, and that should help increase the happiness. I would like to get to 100% happiness. I think that would be that'd be pretty cool as a goal for us. We have 450 points, and we're probably, yeah, we've got the street organ, and once we unlock that, then we get the theatre. And I feel like the theatre needs to go like here somewhere in the middle. And then we can put like the little entertainment stuff kind of further about. Okay, you want to live near a clothing store? We've got a clothing store here, and we've got one here. Are you kidding me? This is like next to the shoe store. Are you serious? What about if we did this? And then we move these people into here, plus 7%. There we go. And then these guys, you want a farmhouse. Okay, well, you're going in there. You just want all the farm decorations. Farming. Little building. Yeah, rather than doing the decoration in bulk, as it were, I'm trying to do little bits as we go to keep on top of it. At the moment, I'm going to speed time up whilst we're waiting on the points, I think. There we go. But yeah, I'm really excited to see what they do with this. The dev seems super open to feedback as well. There's a fantastic Twitch integration that comes with this. But it did have a couple of issues in that you guys you don't have a choice whether to opt in or not. And so it would just put people in game and what they were typing in Twitch chat. And I think some people want to remain anonymous, right? So it was given as feedback to the devs, and they've said that they're going to work on it, so that you guys can opt into the integration. And there might be hopefully some better moderation tools involved with it, which would make it even better, I think. Yeah, exactly. So for now, I've turned the Twitch integration off. Just for that reason. I don't want to discourage people from typing in the Twitch chat or feeling unsafe in any way. So, but we'll add it back in when the devs take a look at that. Yeah. Okay. Street organ, let's do it. Street organ. Does it say? Ooh, I feel like these guys are going to need some form of entertainment. So I'm going to pop this on the corner for now. And then they have entertainment. The people in the center will have entertainment. And the people over here will also have entertainment. Okay, we need an extra restaurant worker. We need an extra baker. Mm-hmm. Yeah, also having it so that as a streamer you have the option to toggle what commands you use, so it doesn't spam chat way too much as well. Just more options, I think, would be cool. Yeah. Let me... More farm people. I can... Oh my goodness, I can dismiss people. I kind of don't want to dismiss people. Oh, I think I did dismiss someone. Whoops. I don't want to dismiss people. I'm gonna upgrade that house and then they can move into here. Wait. No, 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 no. There we go. You go in there. Wait, these don't have any freaking flowers in their windowsills. You can't be doing with that. Who's your how's it going? Hello? There we are. Excellent. That should increase happiness all around. We're actually very close to upgrading to a town, which is kind of awesome. 400 points. Okay, we could do the kiosk theatre, which would further improve entertainment. It's kind of weird to me because I'm trying to figure out why. But the maximum points at the moment we can get are 400. Yet this is like 450. So I'm thinking that we have to go to the next stage to do this? I don't know. Yeah, let's do the theatre. Just nail the entertainment down. Oh, this isn't actually as big as I thought it might be. Let's squeeze this in here next to the baker. There we go. Yeah. And then we're going to need people to work there, right? Okay, brilliant. They're all a lot happier now. Excelente. Yeah, I like the idea of having these kind of townhouses in the center here and then having these other houses on the outside. And I think with the next tier we unlock another type of worker. I think the artisans we unlock after this, which is this. At the moment we've got farmers and then 2 different types of townsfolk residences. I don't know if it's possible to like... I do want to give these houses some form of garden shortly. Even if it's just a bebe garden. There we go. Couple of extra houses around the back there. Let's upgrade those ones to 2-story. Oh, we didn't employ anybody at the street organ. The street organ has its own music, by the way. But it plays over the top of the in-game music. It'd be cool if, like, when you zoomed in, the in-game music, like the generic music, just kind of went quieter and you could hear this. Very cool, though. It was very cool. Alright, so this little area here is kind of built now, so we can do a little bit of decoration, I think, with this block. Let's have a look. Potted flowers on the windowsills. Absolutely. Really easy way to get the decoration score up. And a pretty cheap way. There's a city north of where you live that has pianos all around town for people to use. That's quite a common thing that you see in the UK as well, but you actually, oddly enough, usually see it in more urbanized areas. So you would see it in train stations or in shopping centers. Yeah. And you either get really annoying kids playing chopsticks or really annoying adults playing chopsticks, or you get, you know, seemingly random members of the public come on and play freaking concertos. It's amazing. You love the art style of this game? Me too. That's very unique, what they've done with this. What is that noise? Oh, it's me. Sorry. I've got the decoration tool out and it's making a little sound. Okay. Yeah, we were just going to decorate this little backyard here for a moment. Even if it's just with some trees. I've got the random button set, so it gives a little bit more kind of natural variation. There we go. Doesn't have to be anything too fancy. Excellent. 98% happiness from the townsfolk. They still want more work decoration, but I can't afford it yet. Barber, let's get a hairdresser's in. Is that under entertainment or apparel? Apparel. Apparel, apparently. Let's put this in here. There we go. A lot of the pianos are in the Old Town section of the city, which has a stage and a bunch of shops. That's really cool. No, I like the idea of kind of making music more accessible to people because, you know, there are some folks out there that can't afford a piano at home or even a keyboard, right? And so it gives them chance to play. The one thing I do struggle with though when I'm out and about is when you have too many buskers or too many like sources of music in one area and you have all these conflicting sounds at once. That's something I struggle with. But it was like one piano within a certain radius, it's fine, you know, for sure. I really love this barber's. Look at the side of it with the mustache guy. And also, oh my goodness, how many barbers do we need? A lot. Look at the detail inside here. You can kind of see inside as well, which is cool. Yeah, apparently we need a crap ton of barbers here. Oh goodness, you want freaking farmyard house. I think is I want to put extra farms on this side. So I want to be careful about the amount of houses that I'm putting around this area. I guess we could probably afford to put one more in here. Like so. There we go. We'll give them some flowers, and for the farm decorations, let's put a little water pump in there. They've got that little shed. I'll put one more shed in here for them. There we go. And then we can move these guys in. I know there's not enough barbers. I know. Plus 0%. It's better than having minus happiness. That's for sure. Okay. Warehouse is more important in terms of making sure we have the workers. At the moment. I don't know if there's any more of these that I can upgrade. I kind of wanted to keep these single story. And then have the ones in the middle double. Okay, we can increase you. Okay, you want to be in a nature place? There we go. That's the house for you. You want to be far away from neighbors. Good luck to you. And you want to be in a house with multiple floors. Okay. I guess I could probably squeeze another house in here, right? Let's squeeze another one in there. And we'll make this double story. There we are. And then we'll move you into here. Plus 10%. There we go. Yeah, we're really close to upgrading, so we just need to focus on getting residents in at the moment. As much as possible. Far away from neighbors. Ugh. I don't know how I'm gonna get around that. Okay, we still need more people to be in the hairdressers. 2 more to be precise. Okay, you guys don't care where you live. Let's get you in here. Family added. Cool, it's just these guys that I need to think about. Okay, that is a restaurant at full workers, and the butchers at full workers, and the barbers. I think, yeah, we just move this family in and then we can progress. A part of me wonders if... The thing is, if I put them too far over here, they're going to be too far away from services. I mean, I guess I could put them here. Because then they're close to entertainment, food and clothes, but they should be far enough away from other residents. Hopefully. Yeah. You've used the 2 pianos in uni a few times. They're intended for music students. Oh, for like practice and things like that. Infinity. Yeah. Oh, that's that is a thing to think about, maintenance of pianos, because maintenance of pianos is quite expensive. They have to be, you know, like a lot of musical instruments, acoustic and musical instruments. They need to be kept really in a temperature controlled environment, otherwise they start to malfunction a little bit. So you can imagine having a piano out in the open in the cold would affect it. And you would also need regular tuning of it too. Yeah, that is something to think about. Do the extra needy and demanding families have to pay higher rent? No, I don't think so. It's just like an extra challenge, I guess, to the game, is to find them an optimum home, I guess. You want to be... Wait, you want to be far away from neighbors? Oh, these guys want to be near people. Well, excellent. Can I provide you with that need? There we go. Yeah, these guys want to be away from people, so they're going to have to go in here. That's the only choice. And we can now upgrade to a small town. Excellent. There we go. And every time we upgrade, we get this cool music, and we get... the front of our train station changes every time too. I think ultimately I probably will end up giving these 2 more stories each. There we go. So we now have housewares, which is a new need that's been unlocked. But before we even venture into that, we should now hope... Oh, new research equipment. Damn it. That's what I should have unlocked. See, by unlocking new research equipment, we extend the maximum amount of points we can have in the bank, which was 400. So, hopefully that'll be better now. City Hall! Oh, it allows you to adjust tax. I feel like this is the perfect place for City Hall right here. That's where we're going to have it. Right there. Don't laugh at me mentioning taxes, Hoosier. I see you. Pianos are very sensitive in that respect. Oh, they are. We had, when my grandparents passed away, they had a baby Steinway. And Steinway, if you don't know, is a particularly revered producer of grand pianos. And they had a baby Steinway in their home, and it was like a limited edition one. It's worth a lot of money. And my family wanted to keep hold of it, not just because it was worth a lot of money, but also because, you know, it's a kind of family heirloom. But it's also, even as a baby grand piano, they're still quite large and nobody had space for it. So they had to, I say they, I think there was a couple of my dad's siblings that are paying for it, and ended up paying for it to go into professional piano storage where it gets looked after whilst in storage. Yeah, they check on it, they keep it tuned, it's like temperature stored and everything. Yeah, it's a whole thing for sure. Okay, what do you want? You can live there. More trees. Excellent. You would like a single floor house. I don't know if I've got any single floor houses right now. I'll have to work on that for you guys. I guess we could have like single floor houses back here. That would work. These can be double floor, and then these will be single floor, I think. Something like that. And then we'll go, we've got quite a bit of money to spend, so I'm going to work on that now. Let's get, you don't really care where you live, so you can go in there, and then you can go in the single story house. Excellent. Yeah, you got electric piano, Ion, because you don't have enough room for a real one. And also they require much less maintenance, right? And they're generally a lot cheaper as well. You had a 1904 upright, Al? With a 1,000,000-ton slate backboard, and you treated it horribly, but it still worked great no matter what. They just made things better and to last back then. I think it also just depends on the producer that you're buying as well. There's always going to be more reputable producers than others, for sure. But generally speaking, as it's a common thing, I guess, with manufacturing, where you have an instance where demand increases exponentially compared to supply, you end up people cutting corners in manufacturing, right? How did the pianos survive in the Wild West saloons? They were probably terribly out of tune, Smith, which would have added to their charm, perhaps. I mean, have you ever heard, if you think about all those films or maybe even games that are Wild West inspired, have you ever heard a piano that was in tune from there? But that's the price you pay if you neglect an acoustic instrument, generally. Okay, I think we've added decorations into there. Excellent. I think we've almost got enough points, by the way, to unlock, here we go, plaza decorations. So now I'm going to spend a bit of time decorating their workplaces, which I'm hoping will boost their happiness a little bit. Yeah, they need to be out of tune. Okay, building decorations. Here we go. So I didn't realize this, but if you click on the sunshade, which looks like a little umbrella, you can actually snap this to windows, and it gives you these little awnings. How cute. How cute is that, guys? Look. So I figured an easy way to kind of go around and decorate the shops would be with this. I kind of want to do a little theme, I guess, whereby we have all the food shops have red awnings, and then maybe like different types of shops have different colored awnings is what I was thinking. So if I go red, this is a bakery, so this is going to get red awnings. And then the restaurant will also have red awnings. I don't even know if I can put them. Okay, I can't put them on the restaurant, apparently. Oh, I can. There we go. Okay. You see what I mean by the lack of clipping? It'd be so cool if you were allowed to clip. I'm going to get rid of it on the restaurant. Yeah. You inherited an American Old West player piano, not just the style, one that survived the Old West. Part of you wishes that you had kept it, but an old friend married a piano teacher and she didn't own a piano, so you gave it to her as a wedding gift? That's so sweet, Nif. And I'm sure she will remember that forever. That's such a lovely thing to do. Yeah. Like giving the gift of music to somebody who, yeah, maybe can't afford it otherwise or whatever. Pianos are expensive. to buy, let alone to kind of upkeep, you know. So many musician jokes. Absolutely. Are there any other food places? I actually don't think there are. Other than the market stalls, which have their own awnings. Oh, the butchers. Yeah, the butchers can have green awnings as well. Red, sorry. But yeah, you see what I mean? Look. Right, let me put it there. And it would be so nice if it would do that. I want to be able to put them in back to back like that. But yeah, it automatically just kind of looks a bit better. I think the clothing stores will have the blue awnings, and that's how we'll tell those apart. So this is the clothes store here. You're going to have blue awnings. There we go. And then we also had the opticians. You can have a blue awning. I kind of don't want to put them at the top because I really like the circular windows. She met you the day you showed up with a piano on the truck and you brought it into her home, and she had no idea that you were coming, and she was a weeping mess. I would have been a weeping mess if someone had done something lovely like that for me. I'm a sucker. I cry at people being nice. You know, like when there's a film and it's really sad, I won't cry. If like someone dies in a film, I'm fine. But if somebody does something nice for somebody in a film, I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm gone. The other day, a dev came into my stream when I was playing Town to City, and they showed me an Easter egg that made me cry. And it was this. I was a little bit hormonal, I will admit. But I'm trying to find a good example so I can show you. Okay, here we go, look. You click on the bushes and butterflies come out. And just that love and care and attention to detail, I don't know. I had a little cry. Clear's Dragon, hello! It's called Town to City. Yeah. Yeah, that was a little butterfly, but also water is another example. If you click, you get fish, and it's just, yeah, the attention to detail. I don't know. When you can visibly see or hear or whatever that people have just poured themselves into something creatively, it just, I don't know, warms my heart a little bit, you know? Oh yeah, the flower arches. I don't have one of them yet. Yeah, the squirrel comes out. Where's a good place? Oh, that road's a bit jank. I need to fix that. That road's a bit janky. Oh, invalid location. Let's pop it here. This seems like a good place for it. Okay. There he is, the squirrel. He's very quick though. He's very sneaky, that little squirrel. We missed him. D-Run, hello. You're currently tapering a medication because it stopped working, and you walked past Starbucks the other day and thought about how you got your dog a pup cup there when he was tiny and you almost burst into tears. Oh, bless you. Yeah, when you see the little things that have received great attention, it can be very heartwarming, yeah. Yeah, there's a squirrel, look. Little squirrel. He's very quick. I might just fix this a little bit, actually. I'm just going to move this along ever so slightly. Yeah, and that fixes the road up. Look. There we go. Excellent. What else are we trying to do here? Yeah, we're trying to put in some awnings, which will hopefully increase. I mean, that happiness has gone up somewhat. You can see the work decoration has gone up from 3% to 4%, which is not an awful lot, but it's something. Even if it's a small amount. So clothes stores are going to get the blue awnings. So we've got a shoe shop here. We can put in some of these. And then maybe warehouses are yellow. And then entertainment can be green. That's how we'll do it. Yellow on the warehouse, and then everybody gets happiness through being at work is the plan. Oh, the floating lanterns are excellent. I do keep forgetting we can do that. You can place lanterns on the water. Wait, can I not snap that? Oh, there we go. Might be a bit excessive, the amount that I'm placing, but I don't care. I'm doing it anyway. I'm doing it anyway. There we go. Okay, we need to spend those research points. Oh, wow, we've got 1,000. Let's do the city hall, because then we can start taxing people. Upgrading roads would be useful too. So the city hall, I think, needs to go here. I think it needs to go at this side of the plaza. This is a good place for it, right? There we go. But yeah, the floating lanterns can be placed on water. Here we go. So you just select a what's it called? Street lamp. And you place it on the water and it floats. Just cute. You can imagine carriages with horses passing through the city. I'm surprised that we don't see anything like that. I feel like that would be a really cool thing to add into the game, even if it was just a visual thing rather than a mechanical thing. Although, for those of you that have played Anno, you'll know that once you set up a warehouse, then the warehouse sends out horses and carriages, usually, to transfer goods back and forth. So that could also be something. When you get a warehouse worker, they appear with a carriage, maybe, and a horse. Okay, I need to centralize this a bit better now. There we go. Yeah, this is looking good. I think we're going to run out of workers soon, so I'm going to get people moved in. Research menu. Oh my goodness, we are racking up those points. Blimmin' hell. I want to get everything done from here so we can now remove rocks if we need to. We have a lot of farm points. We might as well spend them. So we're unlocking bees, cotton, roses, a hatter, and the ability to set hat colours. Excellent. Okay, so if these people want farm decorations and stuff, maybe it is time to build another farm, which we've not done in a while. But I think we could get away with doing it. Let's pop that down there. We have people that would like to live in a neighbourhood with many folks. Perfect. You don't really care where you live. Let's plonk you in there. And then these guys can go and be farmers and live out their very best lives. Our Twitch chat in the town this time, or did you get exiled for mischief and madness? You did not get exiled for mischief and madness, but I've made the decision to turn it off temporarily until the devs make it so that people can opt in. I don't want to discourage people from chatting on Twitch because they don't want to appear in game. There's also some moderation issues as well surrounding messages and appearing in chat and things. But the devs have been given feedback on that, and they said that they're going to be working on it over the next few weeks, which is really cool. So we will turn it on again at some point. Yeah, but just right now I figured it's best maybe to have it off because I don't want to alienate people at the end of the day. Farm. Let's do roses because this is going to make some really... In fact, let's do cotton because then we could do hats. We do cotton, we can have hats. It's okay, you can get to live in the city at some point, I promise. Yeah, this is the edge of the map at the moment, so I'm kind of bringing the farmland right in there. There we go, something like that. Try to make it as neat as possible. You're playing right now when you had a request pop up and was instantly filled because you'd already decorated the area. And they had no idea what you wanted to decorate. That's so funny. You're a mind reader without even knowing it. Yeah, that's the limit there. Okay, that looks pretty good. What is your issue? Granary can't transport. Oh, because it needs more workers. There we go. Okay, so we're now producing cotton. We're now producing cotton. We could probably get away with putting a couple more farm decorations in here to make them more happy. So let's put a scarecrow in there. We've got a water pump there. I'm going to put in another shed here as well. Because all of these, pretty much all the residents that live here wanted farm decorations. So that should help their happiness, I would hope. You can change the tax rate of the residents by clicking the town hall. Okay. We finally have a town hall. Choose building exterior. Okay, apparently there's another option in the research menu. Open taxes. Oh my goodness. The thing is, I'm not going to lie to you. Money isn't really an issue for us at the moment, so I don't really see the benefit of turning the taxes up. If anything, I would want to reduce them because we're earning a very decent amount. Let's give them a little happiness bonus. Because we can absolutely afford to do that. We'll give them 8% and see how we get on. That's a really easy way to get to 100% happiness. Is to just give them low taxes. That's amazing. Although I think we need to start giving them homes that have houseware near them. Like furniture stores now. They're demanding furniture. Well, they're not really demanding it per se, but... Are we doing a useless trivia question of the day? Kiri is saying 65% of married couples say paying for this has improved their relationship. What is it? You see, I would have suggested therapy, but that is not the answer. Sleeping in separate rooms is a good one as well, but that is not the answer. Pregnancy control pills is not the answer. Wait, Lex got it right. House cleaning! That's interesting. Paying for house cleaning has improved 65% of married couples' relationships. So there we go. In all fairness, I think couples or single alike, everybody could benefit from therapy, is my humble opinion. But not everybody has access to it, right? Which is the problem. But cleaning, to be honest, if I could afford it, I would love to outsource some of my cleaning because as somebody who very likely has ADHD, who's currently going through the process of diagnosis, something I really struggle with is keeping on top of chores because I will start one job and I'll maybe put one dish away out the dishwasher and then I'll get distracted by something else like, oh no, the laundry needs putting away, so I'll put away a pair of pants and then I'm like, oh no, the table needs dusting, and then I'll dust half of it and I'll go and do something else, and so nothing really fully gets done, and then I end up getting so frustrated that nothing gets done that I just stop doing the house chores altogether. Have I ever heard of Fly Lady? No. What is Fly Lady? You've gone back to therapy just to figure out why brains? The way of brains. Good for you, Vanderwalker. I think that's awesome. I hope that, you know, is insightful for you and you find some things out about yourself. You're easily bored? Sentient puppets, same. Fly Lady is a housekeeper whisperer? I'm still confused as to what that is. Do you mean Fly Lady is one of... Is she like a an American like TV personality that goes around cleaning people's houses? Or am I thinking of something different? She helps you figure out how to break things down into small, achievable chunks, and if you want it, we'll even send you emails throughout the day. Oh, that's cool. So it's somebody that like you would employ to kind of help you. I mean, that without directly helping you, if that makes sense. Yeah. To be honest with you, that sounds like something that might help a lot of neurodivergent folks who are maybe lower support needs, who do have the capacity, you know, to get stuff done under the right conditions. So for a lot of neurodivergent people who are lower support needs, things like body doubling can really help. So body doubling is when you have somebody in your vicinity, either physically or virtually, who is doing another task alongside you, and then that encourages you to do a task. So that is something I find really helpful. I've done body doubling with my parents. They'll come and sit in the house sometimes, and that will help me get my chores done. Body doubling, sometimes I will sit on a call, maybe with Molly, maybe with Duck. And sometimes we won't even talk to one another, but we'll be editing or we'll be doing some kind of admin work together, but we know the other person's there, right? You can have your camera running. You might not have your camera running at all. It might just be like a voice call. I find that really helpful. Also, if I can gamify chores in some way, I'm more likely to do them. I recently downloaded an app, which I had forgotten about until now. Oops. Called Plant Nanny, that encourages you to drink more water. It's something that I struggle with. It's not a chore per se, but it's something that I forget to do a lot of the time. And it encourages you to drink water. If you drink a certain amount a day, within what it recommends you should drink for your height and your weight, then you will water a virtual plant. And then eventually it grows and it flowers and you can put it in your virtual greenhouse. Kind of gamifying things helps me as well, you know? You can't count the number of times you've asked friends to come over and hang out and just talk while you clean your apartment, and they always think you want them to come and help. Yeah, I've had to explain that to my parents and to friends in the past as well. When people have said to me, how can we support you? Yeah, it's not about somebody coming over and doing the housework. It's just having someone be present is bizarrely able to motivate me to at least get something done, you know. And yes, Debug, there are co-working streams as well. I mean, I know FG, who raided into us earlier. FG has an alt Twitch account. I forget the name of it now. Is it Otters in Space or something? But she has an alt Twitch account that she sometimes does co-working streams from. Yeah. Oh, Live in Otter Space. There we go. I knew it had Otters in Space in it, Lex. Yeah, and they can be incredibly useful. You found out that co-labor such as house cleaning or organizing with all of us is particularly effective. Yeah, I suppose actually getting stuff done together, right? I mean, if you're lucky enough, I guess, to have, you know, close personal relationships where you can say, hey, why don't you come over, help me, you know, spring clean my house, and then another day I'll go to your house and we do it there. That's another way of doing it as well. But it's not asking somebody to come over and do it for you per se without repaying them. That sounded like a very low-flying airplane outside my house. But yeah, I mean, when I'm talking about neurodivergence in this regards to doing chores, typically speaking, if you have ADHD or autism, it can be very difficult, especially with ADHD, I think. It can be difficult to motivate yourself in typical ways to get things done. It's called executive dysfunction. And when I talk about lower support needs, what I mean by that is, you know, some higher support needs folks might need people to come in and do that work for them. And I don't want to dismiss the struggles that people face if that applies to them. You know, I class myself as a lower support needs person, especially when it comes to autism. I've been diagnosed in that capacity. I'm still waiting for my ADHD. And what that means for me is I need some support. But I can still do things myself, if that makes sense. I might struggle and I might need a bit of help here and there, but low support needs. The struggle to push the proverbial button to do the thing is real AF, right, Beard? Yeah. You also have 4 people living where you are, Debug. You're all of similar mind and none of you work well until one of us starts. That's great that you found a situation where you can kind of have that mutualistic kind of living situation, right? Yeah. Absolutely. All sounds familiar, Ion Titchy. You have to force yourself into cleaning, Hoosier. Yeah. A fly lady that Kiri was on about, she suggests daily routines that you can get into to keep things tidy. Gives you reminders to set a 15-minute timer to declutter something. There's a free routine builder and subscription for folks who need more help. That I didn't know that service existed. I'd be really interested to look at it to see how compatible it is for folks with ADHD, because it sounds like it might be something that could be useful. Yeah. Although sometimes I think it can be difficult if you're being told to do something in a neurotypical way. Sometimes it doesn't always work. But if there's like lots of different approaches, then it might. Yeah. It's nice until all of you hide in your rooms. Or sometimes you need alone time, don't you? You know, it's one of those things. I mean, I enjoy living on my own now, but I've had lots of lovely situations in the past where I've had wonderful housemates and lots of instances where I've had less than wonderful housemates. But yeah. Valorock, you're going to try the Fly Lady app. Let's go. That's awesome. Hi Bit. Body doubling seems to be the best way for ADHDers to get things done. Yeah, it's a common thing that I've heard from a lot of folks that have ADHD that works for them, and it certainly helps me. There's also it's interesting, isn't it? I was explaining yesterday actually. I had my ADHD assessment yesterday, and I won't know the outcome of it for another 3 or 4 months, which is a lot of the reason why I'm not feeling too brilliant today, actually. But it turns out in the UK, if you have an ADHD assessment done through the NHS, that they take all the information over a 2-hour interview, and then they have to bring it to a board of assessors that meet once every X amount of months to then collate that information and decide on a diagnosis or not. And I said to this guy, I said, have you got any inkling? Are you allowed to tell me here? Because I've been waiting 3.5 years. I've been waiting a long time to know. And he's like, I'm really sorry, I can't. So I had my assessment yesterday, but I've got to wait a bit of time to know. And it's been a bit rough. But there we go. I can't remember why I was telling you this. We were talking about ADHD and body doubling. Oh yeah, one of the questions was about that. Yeah, was about, you know, how able are you to get things done around the house? So I explained about how the urgency of somebody coming around, even if it's not to body double, it's like, oh shit, I better do something for them. But it's like I can't do it for myself almost, you know? But there we go. But yeah, J-Dizzle, body doubling is, I don't know the official definition, but essentially it is two folks working within the same space on different things. Well, not on different things, sometimes the same thing, but working independently within the same physical or virtual space, I would say, because you have a lot of online instances of co-working or body doubling. And when I say working on something, it doesn't have to be work as in, you know, work you do for a living. It could be doing chores, for example, or just getting something done that you're struggling to get done on your own. And I think it's a bunch of terms, co-working or body doubling, which are slightly different, that have kind of come about as a result of COVID, largely because we saw a lot more people working from home, and there are obviously challenges associated with that, right? Yeah. So imagine co-working, but body doubling is kind of the doing chore equivalent, you know? Yeah. Oh, there's an app made by an ADHDer for body doubling. Honestly, I am down to hear your guys' suggestions on that. 100%. Oh, you were diagnosed with ADHD earlier this year, J-Dizzle. I hope that's been a positive thing for you. I'm hoping knowing either way will help me process and move forwards. But yeah, the waiting part is really getting to me at the moment. I've had a lot of cancellations and mishaps within the health system, let's say. Yeah, so yeah, if I'm a bit low energy at the moment, that's why. I always like to be open and honest with you guys about that. Have we got any more houses? No. I think we're gonna have to build a few more, aren't we? I kind of want to put in some more of these guys, although we could also do some artisan houses soon. There we go. Waiting for results sucks. It does. And there is a thing with ADHD of being in waiting mode where if you have in a day, say you have an appointment at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, you can't do anything before that time. You're in waiting mode, waiting for that. And one important thing in the day, it's a thing I think is common with a lot of ADHDers. And I was supposed to have my assessment 3 weeks ago, and it got cancelled at the last minute. It got rescheduled, and then it got cancelled at the last minute again. And so I felt like I've been in this waiting mode for like nearly a month now. And I feel as if I'm going to really struggle to get out of that wait mode for the next 3 months, to be honest. Yeah. Oh, we paused. I was like, why are they not building? God dang it. There we go. They're building. Yeah. Oh! You were advanced enough at 12 to tell your parents why it was a bad idea, and they weirdly agreed almost 24 years later. You think it's time for a recheck? I think I missed your original message, and I am sorry if I've missed anybody's messages in my ranting as well. Yeah. Oh, you were treated with that kind of medication at a young age. Okay. Yeah, what is, in terms of ADHD medication, I don't know what kind of, how that is handled in children, let's say. Also, it looks like these houses are kind of half underground, which is interesting. Actually, we should just immediately upgrade these just to give them some more space. There we go. There we go. So yeah, today I'm playing a chill city builder and putting sunflowers in window boxes, and it's making me feel better. To your knowledge, children can get the same medicines but smaller dosage. Yeah, I wonder how that all works. Yeah. It's kind of like anxiety of that you think you might forget, but because your brains easily get distracted and fixated on other things, and then we kind of forget what we're supposed to do. I was laughing throughout my assessment yesterday because I just felt like a lot of the questions were so relatable that I was being asked. Oh. Yeah, one of them was, can you send me your autism diagnosis report? And I was like, no, because I've lost it. It was handed to me as a physical piece of paper and I don't know where it is. You know. Theory B. And there we go. Alright, we've got a couple more houses here in the center of town. Let's see if I can move people in. Oh my goodness, what the hell do you guys want? You want to be next to a friggin' bee farm, don't you? Desires a house near bees! Would like a regular comfortable house. Okay, they want a house near bees? But I don't even have any bees yet. I don't have any bees! Also, you're saying... Oh, you want more workers. Okay, there we go. Is it time to get bees? I think it's time to get more bees. Or just bees full stop, because we don't have any. Okay. There we go. 95% happiness. It did go down a bit. I think the problem is we still don't have enough decorations around the workplace, so I'm going to have to work on that. I think. Yeah. For kids, it's a lower dose of medication, but it's slightly different. Okay, that's interesting. So you take it at different times a day or different amounts, I guess? Yeah. Oh, so your son takes it twice a day. That's interesting. And for a lot of adults, I guess it's once a day. Yeah. When you were filling the forms for ADHD, you also have four formats for relatives and close people for you to fill out too. Yeah, that's what it was like here in the UK, having to get family members to fill out stuff on your behalf. Which is very useful because a lot of the questions they ask you are, what were you like as a toddler? I'm like, I don't friggin' know what I was like as a toddler. I can't remember. So yeah, I guess they have to do that. Because a lot of what they want to see is how you behaved as a child, right? A single floor house. But that's a double floor. I'm just going to put them in there. They still get a bit of happiness. And then these guys are going to live on a bee farm and live out their best bee lives. In fact, we did unlock the bee farms, didn't we? Yes. Beeswax. I love these farms because they're just fields of flowers. Look at this. It's so pretty. Yeah. Yeah, if you can remember what you were like as a toddler, it should qualify for something. Yeah, I kind of struggle to rack my brain back to when I was 5 years old, to be honest, which is the next part that they ask you about. They ask you about being a toddler, then they ask you between the ages of 5 and 12, then between the ages of 12 and 18, and then, depending on how old you are, beyond that. And it kind of felt like the guy said to me, oh, your assessment can last between an hour and 2 hours, and we were pushing the 2-hour mark. I felt like the whole adulthood section was rushed. So I have no idea what that means in the grand scheme of things. There we go. It's common for ADHD folk not to remember their childhood stuff. Well, yeah. Maybe that's what the test was, huh? You toddled a lot as a toddler? Mm-hmm. You can put so much on houses and in water. Are you playing at the moment? I'm just going to change the way I do this field a minute. Yeah, thank you for having these chats with me. I appreciate you all for, yeah, being open to talking about this stuff. I think it's important sometimes, you know. If I have missed any of your messages, please feel free to repost them as well. Sometimes I do miss things when we've got things moving quickly and whatnot. Your doctor didn't get the sheet back. You have no real desire to talk to your parents. Yeah, and that becomes hard because there's a lot of adults who don't have relationships with their carers or their parents, right? And so much of a diagnosis relies on them being able to draw it back to childhood. For sure. They even ask for a lot of my school reports as well from teachers. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, you had a bunch of points on CD keys? Oh, excellent. Well, I'm glad you chose to invest in this. It's a really wonderful game. Okay. So we now have a bee farm with flowers and beehives. I don't know if there's something that we make, that we build in order to... Oh, so the hat shop requires cotton, roses, and beeswax, which means we're actually going to need a rose farm as well if we want to build a hattery. So I guess we will put one of those in as well. There we go. And then we'll wait for anybody who wants farmyard decorations can live in there, I think. Yeah. You spent 8 hours playing the first day. It's that type of game. It will keep you hooked, for sure. Yeah. Egnith, you realise you remember teaching yourself to walk and practicing when no one was around. I mean that must be. I mean everyone develops at different stages, right, for various different reasons. But that sounds like quite an early memory, doesn't it? Yeah. You barely remember anything from childhood except for the very negative memories. Yes, that's the assessor yesterday said that that's a very common experience of people in general, neurodivergent or neurotypical. Yeah. Yeah. There are medications with less severe side effects now and more different. Yeah. I suppose there's also just more research being done into ADHD in general. And so with that, I guess, comes a bigger variety of better research medication. For sure. But apparently it's a bit of a journey with ADHD medication in terms of finding the right one, finding the right dosage, and all the rest of it. I'm just trying to fix up this path at the moment. How do I turn this round? Can I not turn that tool round? I can't. Okay. It has to be this. I want to like fix this. Oh, there we go. I draw this right up to this road. There we go. Because I don't think it was connected properly. There we are. Excellent. Okay, so we have a farm here that is going to produce roses for our hats. There we go. Mm. Honestly, Magdalena, the thing that made me go and seek out an ADHD diagnosis was through talking to other people who have ADHD and kind of seeing a lot of similarities in the struggles that I was facing and always have faced. That was what made me go and get one. Yeah. Laurel, you want to get tested, but since you unfortunately live in the USA, you don't trust that your records will be protected under current administration. And I want to make a point here. For various reasons, you might not have access to an ADHD diagnosis, whether that is a financial issue, whether it is a security issue, whether it is a proximity issue, whether it's anything else. It doesn't matter. But a self-diagnosis is also valid. Because I think in order to self-diagnose, you generally speaking reflect on yourself and do research to a point where you know. Yeah. Of course, unfortunately, with self-diagnosis, that means that medication isn't an option without an official diagnosis. But yeah, I think it's still valid. You know? And yeah, the whole thing with autism and Tylenol is just the whole thing going on in America at the moment with what's Trump's advisor called? The medical advisor that has an obsession with trying to treat autism. Autism can't be treated. And they've now drawn a false link between a research study that suggested Tylenol during pregnancy might increase the chance of a baby having autism. Oh, it's absolute bollocks. It's absolute bollocks. Yeah. Absolute wanker is a better choice than his actual name. Yeah. Yeah, you get Tylenol control before you get gun control in America, folks. Absolutely nuts. Yeah, I need to do some more reading into it because it only broke out yesterday and I didn't pay much attention to the news yesterday. But my opinion of it all is just, well, if you have a bunch of doctors that have literal decades of experience in the field, you should probably listen to them over how to interpret a research study than a man who can't string a sentence together, who has no experience in the field. Because you can take statistics and you can interpret them in multiple ways. And what Trump has done is he's taken the findings of one research study, which is questionable, and put one and one together to make 5. Essentially. Yeah. I should imagine work's pretty busy for you today, Kiri, because of all that. Kiri does moderation full time, don't you? Bet the forms are busy today. Yeah. The thing is, Malvius, I don't think it is so far-stretched to understand why people believe the nonsense that Trump is spouting. Because if you have a bunch of people who are worse off for XYZ reasons, maybe they don't earn enough money to support their family properly, you know, that type of thing. Maybe they haven't had the best educational opportunities. If they have somebody to blame, it makes them feel a little bit better about their situation. It's tribalism at its finest, it's manipulation, it's propaganda. And it's in human nature to want to attach reason to our suffering, right? And if somebody comes along in a position of power and says, the reason you're suffering is because of this, you know, people, the most vulnerable in society, for want of a better term, will potentially believe that. And that's how it all happens. It's happening in the UK as well at the moment. Yeah. Sorry, I'm becoming more and more shrimp-like as stream goes on today. I'm going to watch my posture for a minute. You know. Yeah. People love an easy scapegoat that keeps them from doing any deep thinking. But it's not even just that. I think, I mean, maybe I'm having too much sympathy for people in general right now, but I think fundamentally, at least in the UK, critical thinking is not properly taught until university level. At least when I was a kid, it wasn't really taught in primary school, and it was vaguely taught in secondary school. And so if you have folks that don't have an opportunity to go on to higher education, which a lot of people don't because it's really expensive, then they're not taught to critically think. And so it's not just a case of that they don't want to deeply think in that way, but actually they might not know how through no fault of their own. And of course, there does come a point in everybody's life where we can't just blame our upbringing on everything. We do have to try and take responsibility at some point, I think. You know? Yeah. But maybe if that was taught in schools, things would be different, and maybe it would mean the people that would hold power wouldn't hold power anymore, and that's why they don't want us to critically think from a young age. Anyway. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, Beard. It's like that with a lot of things. What happens to us is out of our control, but our response to them is. Yeah. At some point, we have to take a responsibility and break that cycle of trauma, essentially. Yeah. And many books that might encourage critical thinking or other worldviews get banned. True, Magdalena. But yeah, I mean, I think it's important to talk about this stuff every now and then, especially when it kind of comes up organically like it has now, you know? Because it affects all of us. In some respect, you know? You want to live by trees. You know what? I'm going to build you a house and put a crap ton of trees next to it. How about that? There you go. Let's give you some trees. I feel like I've like done nothing in the game for half an hour because I've been nattering. Yeah, sometimes you've got to let off steam. And like, I respect that in a lot of online spaces, especially on Twitch, we come into to be entertained and to forget about these things. So I never want to dwell on these heavy subjects too much because we are first and foremost gameplay orientated. But I also think it's very privileged and dismissive to not talk about these things and to brush them aside when they do come up. Yes. Yeah, Kiri, that's a really good point. I didn't even think of that. How kind of the politicians in America are kind of making out like ADHD and autism diagnoses are the mother's fault, and the kind of misogyny that plays into that. I didn't even think of that. That's nuts when you word it like that, you know. You've been thinking about subscribing to Ground News. You want to know where your biases lie? I'm not familiar with Ground News. J Dizzle, is that an American news outlet? Yeah. Right, this is my house with lots of trees. Be happy, live with trees. You want a nature house? Okay, you can live here. There we go. I'm trying to get people to move in that want to live in the farm, in the bee farm, so that we can get a hat production on the go. You know? Oh, gosh, my muscles today! Yeah. Come on, train. Bring in some folks. We are losing happiness on the farmers. It's because they don't have homeware. Should I give them a furniture store, maybe? Can we even unlock a furniture store? That's the question. Okay, we can. We can give them a laundry, a carpenter. Let's give them a carpenter. I feel like a carpenter might be a building that would kind of work out in a slightly more rural area. So kind of plonking it here, maybe. And then that gives these homes access to homeware. And then we can put things like the laundry closer to the centre of town. Back to the game. I'm trying to do both. I'm trying to multitask, goddammit. Yeah. No, I'm really happy to have these chats, you know. I really am. And I will openly admit I don't have an opinion on everything that's political. And I certainly don't know all there is to know about these issues. But I like to think that my kind of politics lie with wanting equal rights for all folks, with a particular focus on uplifting marginalized group of people that tend to struggle more. And a lot of my opinions come out of that. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Okay, carpenter. Carpenter. Oh, this is a new icon. What do you want? Desires to live in a farmer residence? Well, do I have the place for you? The Charpentier family. I know how to pronounce that word because that's the name of a famous French composer. Right, there we go. Wait, can somebody else work in the cheese market? They can. So we now have the possible production to set up a hat shop. Apparently. A hatter. A luxury item. I feel like a hatter should go next to the barbers. That's the perfect place for it. There we go. Hatter next to the barbers. Mm-hmm. There we go. Family added. This piano music that you're hearing now is what I was talking about earlier when I talked about French impressionistic music. It's going to stop now that I've mentioned it. Okay, apparently we need a lot of hatters to keep the people happy. There we go. And then consequently we need more connections with the warehouse to satisfy them all. Okay, cool. I think we're actually at a pretty good place of balance now. We could still work on the 100% happiness, but I think most of that is probably going to come from adding additional homeware places. So what can I afford right now? Launderer. Better boots. Increases the luxury of the shoemaker. Hell yeah. Mm-hmm. So you can hide the ruined haircut. Something like that. The Mad Hatters. Indeed. Yeah, before I start kind of decorating all the shops and things, I do want to add more in. So we've got the launderer now. That has a pretty big radius, which is excellent. It feels weird to put this directly next to the city hall. I don't really want to do that. I feel like this is a good place for it. And then potentially bringing a road around here. Oh man, what? Were we on road size 7 by default? We were. Yeah, so just doing... Oh goodness, I immediately screwed that up. Immediately screwed it up. There we go. And then kind of bringing that into here like that. There we go. And we can kind of fill in these little bits here like this. Literally fill it in pixel by pixel almost, which is really cool. We can kind of fill this bit out too. There we go, look. It's like a little cul-de-sac area. And then we could put some trees and stuff in there. There's a lot of people that need jobs. There we go. Okay, you do not have a warehouse connection. You will in a second. There we go. Lovely. Mm-hmm. Your strengths are odd, Debug. You feel like you can't really do math, but you can do it in the real world. Science and history are interesting, but you can't remember them. It's probably why you research so much. Your social is low, not about average with Twitch's help. You do process procedures well and you can focus, but if you can't, then it's all over the place and you skip steps. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a common ADHD trait that we struggle to focus on topics and subjects that we don't have a deep interest in, We get bored very quickly, and we also struggle to retain information surrounding those topics, right? But then again, I think it's a truth that not all folks with ADHD will have the same traits or the same struggles, right? Even if we are maybe of a similar support need area, doesn't mean we're going to be the same in that regard. Yeah. It's why it's always important, I think, to self-reflect if you can, and to advocate for your own needs to those around you, your family, your friends, whomever. I have a friend who is wonderful, wonderfully supportive, and she'd obviously gone away. When I told her I had autism, she'd gone away and she'd learned a lot about autism. And she was so careful, bless her. The next time we met up, she was kind of, I almost felt like she was stepping on eggshells. She was like, oh, it's okay, I'm not going to look in your eyes, I'm not going to force you to do eye contact. And she was saying all this, and I was like, hey, it's okay, I actually don't struggle with that too much. You're okay. You know, it's a very common thing for autistic people to struggle with eye contact. I got around that at an early age because of my stage performing. I was taught that rather than staring into the eyes of other people when you're singing at them, you can look at their foreheads instead, right? So it's not something I've majorly struggled with throughout my life. We're not all the same in that capacity. We all struggle with different things slightly, you know. There's just some common traits, I think, that neurodivergent people are more likely to experience than neurotypical folks, I think. Alright, we are running out of houses. We're going to need some more. I kind of want to get building a few more things before we do that, because the happiness is going up, but they are still low on leisure and houseware. I don't even know if there's anything extra we can really make at the moment. The smithy? I guess. Is that going to produce some homewares for us, perhaps? Yeah. I don't know. I don't want to... we still have quite a few people that need jobs, so I don't want to move anybody new in just yet. So I think I'm just going to... Whilst things balance out, I'm just going to take a bit of time to do one of my favourite things to do, which is just decorate. To be honest, let's give... I don't think I can even put any on the laundry. Oh, I can put in these little awnings. Look. And they make the work people happier, which is awesome. What other new buildings did we put down? We put down the hat maker, so I can give the hat maker some awnings as well. There we go. Excelente. Oh, you want to be next to bees? Oh, why does everybody want to live next to the bees? Why does everybody want to live next to bees? Okay, I'm going to plonk another house here. Then they can... hopefully that's close enough. I don't actually know if that's close enough. Actually, what you could do is you could technically move these guys out and put them into here. That would work. There we go. They would go in there, and then the bees family would go in here. Right opposite to the bee farm. It's saying that they're not near bees. You are near bees. They're literally across the road. Quit your whining. Right, a few more farm decorations to make these guys happy. There we go. We all have different areas of interest and learning strengths. Exactly. Exactly. You've got very strong passive observation skills while driving and specifically studying people's behaviors. Same. Yeah. If you're walking down the street, it's hit or miss if you remember something. I find I have terrible kind of spatial awareness, I would say. I'm very accident prone, as you guys are well aware of. The amount of times I've come to stream with a sprained hand, or perhaps a broken toe, or perhaps I'd like gash my foot open on my bed, which has happened. But when it comes to observing human behavior and psychological behavior, I'm very kind of detailed, if you like. Yeah. I don't think there's any more houses. There are literally no more houses. Do we want to upgrade any? Yes, we do. Some of the ones that are kind of within the city centre, I think, should be upgraded. So you guys can live in here. I know I said I wasn't going to move people in, and here I am moving people in. I I don't know. I'm waiting for enough research points. Here we go. Okay, small workforce and high production capacity for the smithy. It should tell us now whether we need the townsfolk or whether we need artisans to fulfill the jobs. Because at some point soon we are going to have to start making specific residences for the artisans. Yeah. Is dinner time for you, Colin? Yeah. So I'm not streaming tomorrow, but I'm streaming on Thursday. So I'll maybe catch you on Thursday. I hope you have a good evening. I'm going to be playing Into the Dead Our Darkest Days, which is an excellent zombie survival strategy crafting game set in the late 70s, early 80s. Really wonderful game that's having a big update today, which I'm really excited for. Okay, what did I just put down? I've lost track. Here we go. Okay, so it requires townsfolk, which we have plenty of. So that provides, the smithy provides the need for homeware, which has increased the happiness by an extra %. We're actually apparently low on leisure facilities at the moment. It doesn't look like we're going to be able to unlock anything new anytime soon. So I'm kind of feeling like maybe we just need to place down more of the existing leisure items that we have. So just have like little leisure corners here and there, maybe. I don't know. I try to squeeze little places in. You run into things. That's your spatial awareness, trying to be efficient but getting distracted. Yeah, I do that. I famously once tripped over absolutely nothing. There was nothing there on the floor. I just tripped over. I didn't really trip over myself either. I unfortunately was carrying my laptop at the time and dropped the laptop in the process of me falling on the floor. And the laptop now has a big crack down the back of it and makes a rather odd noise when I run it. I wouldn't even say that is a lack of spatial awareness. I don't even know what that is, to be honest. But this is one of the reasons why I've struggled to stay in employment, I guess, because you can imagine making these type of mistakes in a work environment and your boss gets exceedingly frustrated at you.
For just bits a stream, you can help a streamer like Miss Vadam stay caffeinated and stop halibut coming out of her bum, breaking her laptop by tripping on air, get burned to death by the sun, charge her mouse, watch boob content, stream a better, or stop choking on her own saliva. Support a streamer today.
Thank you very much for the bits, Jadizzle. Jadizzle likes to keep track of all my mistakes. Thank you. So misjudge of muscle movements. Okay, so rather than a lack of spatial awareness, that makes more sense to me. Yeah, mishaps. That's a better way of putting it. Little mishaps. Randomize trees, please, game. I don't want the same tree over and over again. There we go. Okay, I've put in some more entertainment things. I'm kind of determined to keep their happiness up as much as possible before we expand. Unless I get the research points and then we'll spend them. This is where we're kind of working at the moment. Yeah. We're still lacking work decoration at this point, so I guess we need to look at making these areas a little bit prettier, which I can do. Let's have a look at the hedges. Let's pop a little hedge in here, shall we? Yeah. Honestly, that's kind of fine. And then just putting a bunch of trees back here, maybe? I like the randomize option. That's nice. And it doesn't feel... It kind of just makes everything feel more organic when you're using that. There we go. And maybe we need to look at some more lighting actually in the in these areas. Because I don't think they have an awful lot. Especially up here, look. I wonder if that will help ever so slightly with the issue. I've got like picnic tables and stuff. We can have like a picnic area. Oh my goodness. You can have a picnic outside the laundrette whilst you wait. What would be really cool to see is if the villagers would actually kind of use these benches and stuff. That'd be so neat. I don't know if they would. Okay, work decoration is still an issue, apparently. I don't know really what else I can do at this stage. Maybe we could put some posters up, actually. Around the place. Or some, I don't know what these are, the little flag things. We could put posters up on the side of buildings in the work areas. There we go. In fact, you have different types of posters. We've got the entertainment poster, then we've got the wine poster. There we go. 99%! We're nearly at 100% happiness. Propaganda posters in the form of wine. Wine propaganda. Wine. What else we got here? Cheese. And more cheese. And entertainment. There we go. I really want to get to 100%. What is it going to take? What about if I just lowered their tax by 1%? Would that... Because I mean, I really don't need all the money that I'm making right now. What about if we just... Damn it! Get me to 100%. Okay, lowering their taxes doesn't help. They just want more decoration, damn it. That's what they want. Apparently. And then the farmers are only 96%, but... we'll get there eventually. Wine poster. Yoink. I don't know what else to do. I don't want to like over decorate. I mean, I guess we could just put more trees. If in doubt, put more trees. Around where they work, right? And then we can maybe put some plaza decorations around here too. I honestly kind of want a path going through there. Come on, give me 100%. What about if we did a little flower area over here? Yeah, I think it'd be cool to try and keep 100%. Like I think it's easier to get to 100% and then try to keep it. Oh no. Let me place my bushes, god damn it. There we go. Yeah, we need a prop line tool. We need prop clipping. Come on, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%. We can have like a little picnic area out the back here as well. Maybe it requires me to do some more decorating around the farmhouses. Maybe they're being classed as like places of work as well. Maybe that is the thing. So this is kind of going more into the residential area than the work area. Okay, so that hasn't... Placing those bushes has not had an effect on things. Apparently. Okay. Fine. What about... benches? Around the bakery, and you can sit and have your croissant in the morning or in the afternoon or any other time of day, I guess. What other... I suppose things like this might need decorating as well. This is... We've got a couple of stores here. Maybe they're feeling a bit neglected. Come on, get to 100%. I mean, I think this is classed as a workplace decoration. Decorations near a workplace? Maybe they just want more awnings on their buildings. And more posters. Because they didn't really seem to care about me placing a bunch of bushes. Building decorations. We've got plaza decorations. Oh, it's got like bollards and stuff, which could be pretty cool. Having like bollards here. Not that we have like any vehicles or anything, but imagining that we did, they wouldn't be allowed through there. That's for sure. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to get that extra 1%. I mean... Oh, we did go up 1% on the work decoration. But it didn't seem to have an effect on the kind of bonus. The bonus? The overall thing. I'm just going to put some trees down and hope for the best. Randomize. Just put some trees down. There we go. I suppose this blacksmith is looking a bit boring. Let's give it some trees. Okay. Is there like any buildings that I kind of missed? Or awnings? I feel like I put awnings on every single business that I could possibly do. Although they don't want to go on there for some reason. Can I put flowers on here? I can. Let's just give them sunflowers. I guess that's the thing we could do. We could put kind of flowers and things on the windows that don't have the awnings. And maybe that will be enough to kind of like push it over the edge. 200%. Come on. Let me 100% it. Okay, what building is this? This is the butchers. The butchers get flowers. Everybody gets flowers. And then the hat maker. Oh my goodness, even on the diagonal windows it allows you to put them. That is a cool bit of attention to detail. Somebody was saying earlier how you can put both the awnings and the flower boxes on windows, except for sunflowers for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know why that's the case. Okay, the restaurant can have some more flowers. What other places of work? The hat store? Bam, bam. I don't know if the city hall is classed as a place of work. I can't even put these. Oh, I can. I can. And then these are technically places of work too. What about the granary? That's a place of work. Feels weird to have flowers on a granary, I guess, but why not? The game allows me to do it, so I'm gonna do it. Still at 99 though. Yeah, we didn't really do... Did we do the farms? I guess some of them we did and some of them we didn't. I don't really know if these places are classed as residences or places of work or both. Because the people that live here also work here. So I don't know how the game kind of calculates that, I'll be honest. But there's no harm in adding more flowers. Why the hell not? Bam, 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 bam. It's still at 99% though. Okay, last ditch effort. Although I did just notice these guys don't have anything either. Last ditch effort is to put some decorations around the market stalls, which currently actually don't have a lot going on. So this guy, for example. So could I put even just a couple of trees? Would that help? In fact, if we go to these ones here, does it say decoration points 85? And then these are like down in the 20s. Okay, so we could definitely spice this area up a little bit. Maybe we just put some like little bushes and stuff around the back here. And then we put some trees. I don't even know if I can fit this in. Quite large. Can I not have a little tree? There we go. It's still 99%. But the work decoration has gone up to 8. I've got a feeling we need to get that to 10% before it goes to 100. I think that's the deal. I think that's how that works. Okay, we've not got any decoration for the people working at the observatory. Which won't do. I'll put some trees. Ah! Place 1,000 decorations! I just got a Steam achievement. Excellent. Excellent. Hopefully that helped a little bit. 154 decoration points. I think that's interesting. 154 decoration points is 13% happiness, and it goes up to 20% happiness. This game is jolly AF. It is, right? It's a perfect juxtaposition that I need for Rust. Pretty much. Okay, we need to be spending these research points as well. Metal decorations. Okay, this is going to expand our decoration options and sign decorations. Where would I find signposts? Plaza? Oh. Oh, that's cool. So we now have like signposts that we can put down. This is cool. Very cool. What is this? A post box! Oh my goodness. The detail in this game. Why do we just go around and put post boxes near all of the places of work? And then maybe that will boost us up. I feel like these guys need a post box. Let's put a post box near to where the cheese stall is. And then there can be one here. I think there should be one near the station also, because that makes sense. Are we at 9% yet? No. Holy crap. What else have we got that's new? Besides signposts, we also now have metal, like fancy metal benches. What is that? A sidewalk sign? Oh, so you could like have these outside of your shops. Oh, that just blocked the entranceway. Whoops. My bad. That is really neat. I'm thinking about like opposite the restaurant and stuff, like having some alfresco dining would be pretty cool. There we go. Little signposts outside of all the shops. Would that help? No. Ooh, new water lanterns. Maybe we just put some new water lanterns out next to the marketplace. There we go. And we could put some water lilies. That's so cute! I love that. What else did we unlock? Anything? No new trees. Put another flower arch over here, I guess. Going on to the square. Did we get any more farm decorations? I think they're under a different tab, yeah. Oh my goodness, guys. We can do hops, potatoes, tomatoes, and lettuce. Doghouse? A doghouse? What do you mean a doghouse? Farm surface is increased? Oh, that's cool. So you could put down more fields per farm with that. Excellent. That's exciting. Very exciting. Yeah, I'm going to fill in a lot of the gaps with trees and things. I think. It's just the easiest way, I think. To bring about happiness, although a lot of this isn't in the workplace areas, in fairness, but... But like here, for example. 100%! Yeah! These guys are 100% happy. You just gotta get the farmers happy. Now, why are the farmers not happy? They don't have any work decoration. But that sounds like a silly thing, because surely you work at home. So is your home decoration not work decoration? Like, do you want some bushes? Like, what do you guys want? What do you even want? I'm just gonna give them some bushes because I'm determined out here to oh, maybe, oh, they don't have any street lights. Shit. Yeah, that's not good. That's bad. Let me give you some lighting. My bad. Okay, 99%. There we go. Yeah, even these little roads would probably still have streetlights, I think, right? Everybody deserves safety. 99%. They don't have any leisure, though. Okay, this is really easy. If I just pop down this guy somewhere. I mean, I thought I had given them some leisure, but apparently it's not close enough. What about here? There we go. That should do it. Yeah. No, 99%. Or they need a worker. Come on, 3%. The thing is, it doesn't really make sense to have a lot of these like little leisure stalls everywhere along here, because it just wouldn't look like that in a more rural area. It doesn't make a lot of sense to do that. I don't think. I'm going to put one more smaller stall here and see if that makes a difference. But ultimately that's... Well, that and work decoration are lacking. Apparently. I feel like in terms of the way that farms work, you have like, you often have hedges, don't you, that line farms. I think, is this a line tool? How does this work? It is. Oh, that's okay. So the game does have a line tool in it then. Yeah, like separating the farms by hedges. I don't know if I could technically do that with this though, because oh, I can. Like, that is a thing in real life. I don't know if it's going to help with the decoration thing or not, but... you can add it in, because why the hell not? I don't know if it's like a bendy tool. Oh, Z and X is bendy? Oh. I wish I'd known that before, because then I wouldn't have done a zigzag. Oh well, I think it, I don't know, it looks kind of charming. We'll say that. X curve fence. Oh my goodness, I see how that works. Oh, that's interesting. You kind of see it bending. That's awesome. Yeah, they should have that for all of the props. I think that would be really neat. I wonder how do I demolish that? I don't like the way I've done that. Demolish. Tall hedge. So if I put down a point there and then hit Z or X, it will bend. Either way. It works for roads as well. That's awesome. That's what you were talking about before, wasn't it? I couldn't figure out. But yeah, for like lines of bushes, that would be nice. I want lines of flower bushes. But yeah, it doesn't seem to be getting them over to 100%. Put as many flowers on a building as possible. I've already done that, Melissa. Maybe I'm trying to figure out whether the farmhouses are also classed as workplaces and whether I need to just add even more on the back here. So at the moment, the farmers are low on work decoration. Yeah. You wish this would auto hide, you mean? I'm going to finish my little hedge design just because I think that looks kind of neat. If you ask me. Okay, there we go. I mean, all of this is probably going to have to get redone at some point because I think at some point soon we're going to be able to expand the amount of farm fields we have, which would be neat. There we go. Still 99%. Yeah, I'm just gonna put these on the back. I don't know if the farms are classed as workplaces or residential or both or what. But we'll see if this makes a difference. I guess. Not really. Not really. What else could we do? I did see... oh, what's that? A bell? Interesting. I did see... like a well somewhere. And I feel like a well is something that you would have in a farming area. I don't know where I'd put it. Put it there. Yeah, I don't want to put... things I don't want to put benches up here. I don't feel like you would have a bunch of benches around a bunch of farmhouses. You probably have a lot of these, though. So a lot of these wells. Well, well, well. I'm just gonna put some more trees and hope for the best. But these are all houses, though. These aren't... maybe it's impossible to get the workplace happiness up for these guys. because it says green in work decoration. Maybe it is... Oh, food. Should we just put them another food stall down, maybe? What about a poultry stall? Let's just give one of them over there. You could put benches on the balconies? Oh, can you? Well, I didn't think of doing that. Oh wow, we actually don't have enough residents, finally. I'm gonna detract from here. A moment. Yeah, I've got all the plants on the houses. Just trying to figure out what they're... I mean, it's still saying that they're low on leisure. I've given them so much frickin' leisure. I'll give them another one of these, I guess. It just doesn't make sense to have like so many of these city centre things in this area. But I'm determined. I don't know why. I'm now hyperfixating on getting both to 100%. Yeah, I never met a farmer with too much time for leisure. Well, there we go. Not saying they don't deserve leisure, but I just wouldn't think you would have like this many in this area. It's saying leisure is now 10%, so I don't know. I don't know where that extra 1% can come from. I can't seem to get the work decoration up, so I think I might just leave it there and be sad that I can't get the 100%. But yeah, I think I'm going to leave it for today, folks, if that's okay. I've really enjoyed today's stream. We pretty much got to the point where we'd gotten to last stream when we first played. So I don't know when I'll revisit Town to City because I want to dip into the Dead or Darkest Days on Thursday's stream. And I'll be jumping into Ark at the end of the week as well because we have a new map coming out the week after next. Valguiro is being remastered. So I need to pay a visit to the Ark servers as well. But no, I've really loved this game and I will certainly revisit it at some point on stream soon.